Probably should talk, my legs were pretty opposite side of you, and I was getting all pissed off at me, or you. So I said, hey, come on. So he did it. Flew back to Boston that night. He calls me that night. Strong, Dr. Big Joe, what's up, Doc? How are you doing today? I said, you were dead on it. Yeah, I thought it was pretty good today.
Well, yeah, that can happen.
Saw a lot of experts
Yeah.
over the years.
And I've seen him testify 25 times, 30 times. He was always a character. He says to me, what's up? He says, Mr. Heil, do me a favor. Yeah, sure. My wife took all my money.
Oh, that stuff.
How old is Tom? The elder of the two?
Great question. I mean, I'm going to be 68, so he's got to be, he's at least 75. He's at least 70.
He doesn't look it.
Yeah.
When you watch him move,
Yeah.
I woke up this morning
of course he's got to have
and realized
the best in the world if he wants that.
that
If he wants
I was
something
voluntarily
get the
going
best in the
to
world.
Yeah.
2 hours
Well, all
of
those guys,
Canadian
the cross-fellow cases, guys, they were all
And I was
mine
like,
inspector people. And so were most of the other big Philadelphia. They were all, or Beasley, one or the other.
Oh,
They worked for Beasley. I'm
Yeah,
fine.
maybe
You
he'll
know,
ready. Where's Kim?
Him and Shane when they were kids.
You guys ready?
Yep.
At 6:30.
Ready.
Okay.
Oh, this is,
Turn that on. Okay, cool. Good evening. This is a meeting of the Easton Planning Commission, Wednesday, October 15th, here in City Council chambers. We will begin with the roll call.
Mr. Shipman,
Here.
Mr. Graziano,
Here.
Mr. Hammond,
Here.
Dr. Green,
Here.
Mr. Etchison.
Here. Oh, you said.
I'm still here.
You're still here?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. The agenda as we have it is for a special exception for a large accessory structure at 235 Folk Street and a rebuttal 1525 Wood Avenue application, a hearing for that. Are there any changes to that agenda?
No.
Okay. I have a motion to approve.
So moved.
Second.
second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Next would be the minutes of the September 3rd meeting. Note that Ms. Wagner's here. Hello? Minutes of the September 3rd meeting, any additions, corrections?
I'd like one addition, which would be to add on the hearing rebuttal section, after the second sentence brought to testify, add the statement, witnesses were sworn in by the applicant's court reporter.
Okay. Any other? Also in that section, about midway down, was a statement Dr. Green asked about alternatives for the site that was stated in the study. And Mr. Haas said, with the cost of the cleanup site, and then it says smaller housing units. I think we should cross out housing. We weren't talking about housing. They were just smaller unit. And that's all I have. Anybody have anything else? Okay, we'll take a motion to approve those minutes.
I'll make that motion.
Second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. We'll move to privilege of the floor. This is the opportunity for anyone in the audience to address the commission on any topic that is not on the agenda. If you'd like to do so, come to the front. Seeing none, we'll move on with our first item on the agenda, a special exception for a large accessory structure at 235 Folk Street.
The applicant, Karan Kotka, desires to construct a large accessory structure or garage at the side of his property at 235 Folk Street. This proposed one-car garage will be 21 feet by 30 feet, which is 630 square feet, and will be approximately 14 and a half feet high. This garage will be accessed from Orchard Street. The applicant indicated that this garage will be also used for storage and a small workshop. This property is located in the Southside Zoning District, Block Class B, where the proposed large accessory structure use is permitted by special exception as per 59514C. The zoning administrator has determined variances are required for the large accessory structure located in the side yard of the principal building. There is no rear yard associated with this property. And for the side yard setback, 4 feet is required and they're proposing 2 feet. The proposed large accessory use is permitted by special exception in the South Side zoning district. The proposed use is generally consistent with the comprehensive plan and city codes. Therefore, staff recommends that the planning commission make a recommendation to the zoning hearing board for granting the special exception request to Mr. Kotka for a large accessory use at 235 Folk Street.
Great. Is the applicant here? Would you like to share anything else with the commission beyond what we've just heard?
No, I think all I'm saying is, I think on my structure is very consistent.
Okay, hold on a second. You said no, and then you started speaking. So if you would come up here so you can speak in the mic and everyone can hear you. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, all I'm trying to say is my structure is very consistent with all the buildings that are in my that block. All of the buildings are built almost right on the properties, all the garages. So me getting like more than 2 feet, it will like basically like destroy my I'll be cutting into my green grasses. So I want to save that as much as possible. The yard is, so maybe 2 feet would be ideal for me. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. Commissioners may have questions, so if you don't mind answering. Mr. Shipman?
I would have a question of the staff.
Do you have your microphone on? There we go.
Accessory use, what does that include besides a garage?
Sheds, that's a small accessory structure, but a shed, a garage.
Yeah, it could be a fence, any kind of accessory structure.
Storage of almost any kind?
Yep.
And, all right, that answers my question. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Mr. Howman?
The fact that this is a side of the property
Is
as opposed
yours
to the back.
on it? Is yours on as well?
Yeah, you might want to just pull your mic down to you.
One more time.
Oh.
There we go.
The fact that it's a side of a property or as opposed to being behind, does that change things? Is that one of the things?
Well, he needs a variance for that because it has to be, the zoning code requires it behind the principal structure, which is in the side yard. His lot, the way it's set up, he doesn't have a rear yard. His house butts up against the property line.
Gotcha.
So all he has is a side yard.
All he has is a side yard. Okay. That's it. That's my only question.
No questions? Mr. Etchison?
What is the purpose of a 4-foot setback?
It could be water runoff, so it's not going on to a neighboring property. In the zoning code, we require setbacks from side yards, rear lot lines. It's just to give that buffer to the neighboring property.
And your thought in terms of this, Mr. Kaka, is that you want to preserve as much grass as you can?
Right, and I don't think I would have a problem of water running as well, because the other side of the property is much higher than mine. Actually, the elevation is much higher. In fact, all the water comes into my property.
Right. My only concern would be access in case of emergencies. 2 feet is pretty narrow if you're in a hurry. Are you bound and determined to have it be 2 feet? Would 4 feet make you have a bad day?
To answer your first question, there will be no emergency from that side of the building, because nobody will be. Our entrance and exit is in the other side in the front porch. So that is basically a dead space. Nobody will be going in and out. That would be a wasted space for me.
All right. I don't have you. You have very friendly cats, by the way.
Thank you. They are not my cat.
They're not yours.
People throw them away there, and we have to take them in.
Well, they're very nice. I don't have any other questions.
Ms. Wagner?
The proposed patio, is that gonna be enclosed, or is that just like a deck or concrete?
I plan to close it from the top.
Is there gonna be an issue with, how close an enclosed patio is, Dwayne, to the garage?
Well, his original zoning application has variances for the setback for building right up on a property line for the proposed patio. And he added this large accessory structure to the same application. So the setback issue will be dealt with during the zoning hearing board.
Is there any, like, can he build that close without, like, fire separate? Does he have to worry about any of that?
No, there's not another structure there, but as far
He
as,
said he's enclosing that patio, so it looks like it's, what, 4 or 5 feet away?
yeah, well, it's right on the property line. He needs a setback per our zoning ordinance, so he's seeking a variance to be right up on the property line with it.
That's all, that's the only question I had.
The, refers to this as a one-car garage, also used for storage and small workshop. Do you intend to use this as a parking space?
No,
You do not.
no,
So it's just being referred to as a one-car garage, but you have no intention to park in it.
so there is about almost 21 feet in front of the structure, and I can park there.
Yeah, I see that, and I've seen a picture whereby cars are parked there now.
Right,
You park a car there now.
right,
All right, so there's no intention to put in, like a driveway, a paved driveway to go into this to use as a parking garage? That's not your intent?
no,
Okay, it's a workshop, as it was said, small workshop and storage?
right.
Okay.
Well, I might sometime take my car inside and work on it, but
Yeah, right.
that's
No,
what a
you-
workshop means.
You could do that, right?
Yeah,
Understood. Yeah, it's an odd property. It's, as a duplex, and the attached house on the side has a very small side yard,
right.
which looks like it should be the front of the house, but that's not the way it is. The
Yeah.
front of the house is on Folk. I see. Okay. All right. I don't have any further questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. You can have a seat. All right. Any comments from members of the audience regarding this application? All right. Seeing none, we have a staff recommendation to the zoning hearing board for granting the special exception request for the large accessory use. Do we have a motion on that or any other motion to be made?
Just a quick question. So are there two variances that we're talking about? One for the pad and one for the accessory structure? Or is there just one?
For this application, for the accessory structure, it's for the side yard setback and for the, not being in the rear yard. When they go to the zoning hearing board, the patio will be on that variance with it. This application has nothing to do with the patio being proposed.
In other words, the patio is purely a variance issue, not a special exception.
That's correct.
A motion on this or any other?
I'll make a motion to approve as written by the staff.
We have a second? I'll second. Graziano, second. Any discussion? Mr. Etchison?
Aye.
Mr. Graziano? Aye. Ms. Wagner?
Aye.
Mr. Heilman?
Aye.
Mr. Shipman?
Yes, I'll.
And I will vote yes as well. So you have our recommendation. Good luck with your the rest of your journey on that. Okay. Moving to the hearing, I will turn the chair facilitation over. Oh, sorry, to Mr. Shear.
Thank you. When we last left, well, I'll let Mr. Kaplan get situated.
Mr. Kaplan, did you weigh those maps before you brought them in?
Shifted from my right to my left. It was beating the hell out of my right.
You didn't carry two at one time, did you?
No, that's a bit. That doesn't help.
I barely can carry one.
It didn't used to seem to be that heavy, Mr. Shipman. I have,
now that that's been given out, when we last left off, Donald Haas was the witness for the applicant. Mr. Haas had been questioned by commission members, and the next step would have been an opportunity for anyone opposing to ask questions specifically directed to his testimony only. And the ground rule was to be that if there was those questions, it would be directed to the commission, and depending on the relevance, et cetera, we would ask Mr. Haas to respond. So that's where we left off procedurally. And Mr. Kaplan, did you have any submissions or other comments?
I do. I thought we were done with Carl, but
It's my recollection, and the commission could,
I have the transcript.
yeah, but I don't believe that the people in the audience were given an opportunity to ask any questions.
That's correct. We ended by making sure that we finished with the commission's questions. That is where we left off.
Okay, well, I'm ready to proceed.
Okay, go ahead.
As you know, my name is Mark Kaplan. I represent, I did it again. Oh, I'm sorry. What do I do to turn this on?
You just had it.
There you go.
Touch it.
Thank you.
There you go.
I represent Eastonwood Avenue, PROPCO LLC in connection with this application. Before we begin this hearing, I would like to inform the full commission that this morning we filed a motion to recuse Commission member Kimberly Wagner from further participation in this matter. I filed that with Solicitor Scheer, Mr. Tillman, and Mr. Mangus earlier today. We have given you copies of 4 or 5 additional exhibits, and we have marked that motion as Exhibit A26. As detailed in the motion, Ms. Wagner has expressed a clear disposition against my client's application. The final straw that compelled us to file the motion was that she appeared at the zoning hearing board to oppose my client's special exception application to the city zoning hearing board. As such, she is legally required to recuse herself from this matter, and she clearly cannot consider this application she cannot create an appearance of impartiality or objectivity. Because we want to proceed with our application tonight and not get bogged down with the motion, I now ask Ms. Wagner to recuse herself.
And I will ask, with the chairman's consent, that we go into a brief executive session so that I can share with the members what you had filed, review what's involved there, and discuss how to proceed in that regard.
I have just one more sentence. I want to make it clear, if Ms. Wagner does not intend to recuse herself, I do not want to argue this motion tonight. I want to move on and get my witnesses on, and the commission will be able to adjudicate that petition at a separate time.
Okay, thank you.
Okay? Yes. Motion for executive session?
Second. Motion. So moved.
Motion, second? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. We shall return shortly.
Back out and get it right.
Go ahead, I want to take this stuff with me, some of this stuff.
Joel, does yours work?
Unless they lock me out.
That's okay. Carl's just as good looking as I am. Wow.
Sorry about it.
I'm not worried.
Just, I put up with that all my life.
Me too.
It's okay.
Me too. It is okay. I've heard them all.
I even have, I'm wearing, there's a pants brand that I buy online that's made for small people. And it's the best fitting pair of pants I've ever had.
Hey, I hear ya.
Forget about all the custom made and all that. They never work.
Yeah. No, I hear you.
I've traced the family line back to two horses came over, so honestly, one of them might be related to one. I can't trace the line. So I always say all the horses come from those two. So I figure these could
A hell of a lot of us.
Berks County, especially.
Berks County, yeah.
Southeast PA. They were Hessian soldiers. I had family on both sides of the war. And they weren't too far away from each other. I was actually. I thought it was fascinating. Soldiers when they come over, the whole thing, they were coming over. But there's a war was going on. Yeah. That's interesting. It's almost like when they were in the POW ready. That's where a lot of them set the camp up for themselves. Nobody tried this.
I'm like, whatever.
They went out and did work projects unless they went there.
Crazy.
Was Reading there and that? Yeah, along the river, and, yeah.
After the war, that my line specifically goes down to the valley. Ever since.
Cruises? Okay. Yep. Left it to Mr. White at the time.
Yes, you got money. Get a text. Say Carl, Carl was looking for you. I'm gonna tell her we saved her seat close.
What?
Said I'm gonna tell her we saved you a seat close.
Right behind us.
They went to our comes in and good morning, come to where you are. You know the
That's just
library's on? Yeah, Sweet Street Road. The library's off of the parking garage side of the mall.
Spruce Road. My office window looks at Spruce Road. It's just we're on the very north side.
Maybe you'll be able to go to the cigar bar soon.
Always
Coming along.
Closer to the library.
Yeah, but it's the library. I was thinking about the post office. Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Where?
Easy walk.
Cigar?
I still have to figure out whether the water line
I'll get one.
belongs there. I don't do. I don't want to be seen.
What you say you don't want to be seen?
I don't want to be seen.
Shutting it off. And then they'll figure out the roads.
I stopped by there the other day, see how they were making out. They got the bar in, they got all the floor in, they got all the shelving and stuff in. It's like all cosmetics now.
I was wondering if there
Yeah, all the other stuff is basically aesthetics now. Getting on with it. That's messed up.
It's a bachelor test. Once a year.
I don't know whose little baby
can't
is.
figure out who
Hers, one of her cousins.
I'm not sure if my line comes in off.
I think it's a cousin because Rose babysits her. Him or her. I think it's a him.
So you can bring baby too.
Baby will.
Talk to her. One of the suppliers, McIntyre there as long as you're there's always been a McIntyre as long as I can remember. They have the institutional memory.
Goes for noise.
And the first we heard is, oh, those big water towers are ours. Those water towers are used to pressurize the water that goes there and there. So what you've done on your plans, where you're going to take it out, is wrong. Now we've started to dig a little bit cooler.
What do I know?
I'm sure.
Even though it wasn't in the other one. Somebody always knows better than you.
They always said, always a bigger fish.
I don't know what's anyway. Oh, you can't see it? I got turned around so no reason for it. She latches on something.
Therese gives me a hard time. It's patiently done this year. She pays my Therese goes because I pay Therese. But everybody not quite maybe this. Anytime officers. Punching the Rochester Marywood and what's it doing?
I got his glass there, huh? I'm glad I didn't drag all that stuff in. I was going to. It's heavy.
Oh, my God.
Going back to order on the record, I reviewed the nature of the request, you discussed this without having a record established, discussed this with the commission members and Ms. Wagner. Ms. Wagner is not inclined to recuse herself based on the fact that she said she has not made up her mind as to how she's even voting. She's just simply been raising questions that she has, and you know, that's she feels it's her role, but she has not made any final determination. Even if she has concerns about how what things were looked into, the members of the commission themselves do not feel that they would require recusal at this time, and I will otherwise, with the understanding that you said that you want to continue to proceed, I will keep this under advisement, and if there's any other determination or decision that I would be recommending, I'll let you know. But for now, the commission's prepared to proceed with Ms. Wagner as a participating member.
Okay, I thank you for doing that expeditiously. I'd like to introduce a small number of additional documents that we've received. We handed them out. At Exhibit A5Q is an updated confirmation of no effects letter issued by the Pennsylvania Historical and Museum Commission on September 25. We had obtained such a letter before. Now there's an email that's attached to that as applicant's Exhibit A5Q1, stating that the Pennsylvania Historic Museum Commission reissued the letter because their office was contacted by a member of the Planning Commission. We don't know who that is, but somebody on the Planning Commission questioned the existing determination. So that's A5Q and A5Q1. At Exhibit A5R is the preliminary jurisdictional determination.
I'm sorry, Mr. Kaplan.
R.
R, I believe.
This one says R.
Yeah, attack.
Yep, the one that's right behind it.
Yeah.
Looks like what Frank's looking at.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, look at mine.
I'm
you're still
actually, it took me a second to find the email, and what are you saying this email is? Sir?
Previous exhibit,
Exhibit,
Q1.
Q1?
Yes, it's an email stating that the Pennsylvania Museum and Historic Commission was asked to re-look at the determination that it had made before, and that request was made by a member of this planning commission. Unidentified, but that's what it says. A5R is the preliminary jurisdictional determination issued by the Army Corps of Engineers. Very quick background. You may remember that we received the approval of the DEP for our water obstruction permit. It's a request for what's otherwise called the joint permit. The Pennsylvania joint permit. We had the approval of the DEP, and we were waiting on the Army Corps to act. So the Army Corps did two things. In A5R, it issued technically a preliminary jurisdictional determination confirming the limits of the wetlands. In Exhibit A5S is the letter from the Army Corps of Engineers saying that it is issuing what it calls a verification in connection with what we generally call the Wetlands Joint Permit. That's the Pennsylvania State Programmatic General Permit number 6, which is a joint general permit issued by the Army Corps of Engineers and DEP with regard to intrusions into wetlands. And this letter is issued by the Army Corps on September 26th and says that the intrusion into the wetlands is covered by General Permit number 6, and therefore we are free to make the improvements in the floodplain that involved wetlands in accordance with the approved plans. Those are the...
Do I recall that at our last meeting that Mr. Haas mentioned that this was the only one that's sort of out there? You have to do the work and then you finally get approval after.
No, that's the Lomar. That's
okay, that's different.
But when you go into wetlands, when you go in the floodplains, you get involved in what's called the joint permit.
Mm-hmm.
It's the 106, 102, 105, section 105, and for years now, the Army Corps, which has jurisdiction over wetlands, and DEP have created a joint permit. This is joint permit number 6. That's probably about right there every 5 years, and it's probably 30 years that this has been going on.
Okay, thank you.
So this completes the NPDES permit. So these additional documents, together with the testimony and the exhibits that were previously introduced and that will be introduced into the record this evening, we believe serve to further prove that there is no factual or legally valid basis on which this planning commission could properly deny my client's application. And as we said before, as Mr. Scheer said, we concluded the previous hearing with testimony of the project manager for this, Donald Haas. Curiously, we completed that testimony on page 56 of the transcript. And in my mind, we were prevented from calling a second witness because the next 80, I said the next 80 pages of the transcript were consumed with what we believe to be irrelevant questions and diversions to keep us from moving forward. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah.
People could hear you outside.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, this is for outside.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Kaplan, just because you're referencing the transcript that the members would not have, would you be amenable to, I'm assuming you have an electronic copy of the transcript?
I think we did. Jess, when do we get it? We just got it?
We just got it, and we do have it in electronic form.
So could you share that with the
Sure.
staff so we have it as part of our record?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. And this way, if any commission members want to look at it, they can check with staff and take a look before they vote on those issues.
You want us to put it in the portal? Or you want to just? Yeah. It's pretty thick. Okay. Yeah, well, we'll figure that out.
Okay, I appreciate that. Then the next step would be, if there is any specific questions, again, directed specifically to what Mr. Haas would have testified to, you may present it to one at a time, you know, if there's anyone here to have it, I'm not begging anyone to come up, but, please, make yourself known. I don't see anyone.
I'd like to move on and call my next witness then.
Before we
ahead.
do that,
Pardon me?
before we do that, I apologize. I was kind of seeing how our flow is going to go here. I seem to recall a question being raised about the joint permit 2 meetings ago, and being told that there was no such thing as a joint permit. And now today you're telling us that this is the second part of the joint permit. Am I remembering incorrectly?
No, you're not remembering it correctly. There's always been a joint permit. I keep forgetting which section, 102 or 105. It's the NIFTY's permit, right? No, it's the water obstruction. It's the water obstruction permit. And we were issued a water obstruction permit by DEP. And what Donald testified to was that the Army Corps had reviewed everything, and they said, okay, we'll issue the permit, but you got to put up $200,000 to guarantee that you'll do the improvements right. And my client said, I don't yet own the property, so I don't want to put up 200. So Don spoke to the Army Corps a number of times. We got a very nice email from the Army Corps saying, we apologize, and we're issuing both the jurisdictional determination and the approval.
Okay, thank you. That's it. I apologize.
Thank you. I'd like to call Jeff Smith.
I do.
Please state your name and business address for the record.
My name is Jeffrey Smith. I work for Langen Engineering LLC, located at 1818 Market Street in Philadelphia, PA.
And you are a professional geologist.
I am.
Jessica has put your curriculum vitae up on the board, and we've marked it as Exhibit A14. Can you confirm that that is your curriculum vitae?
It is.
And I think you said this, but by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
Langen Engineering LLC. I'm an environmental practice leader in the Philadelphia office, senior associate with the firm, and get involved in technical matters, regulatory matters, and business matters across the firm.
So please describe your professional experience and job duties with Langen.
Yeah, it's
I think you answered part of that.
pretty diverse, but essentially I'm involved in directing projects, developing business, overseeing regulatory determinations and processes on projects with clients, and managing staff and training staff, and providing a level of quality assurance on project work.
And have you ever testified as a witness in something similar to this, municipal bodies or even in court?
Ironically, in this setting, once only, in a planning commission setting. Early in my career at Langen, it was over a residential development where there was a water supply system being developed to support the development of that residential community, and I had to testify for the commission on the viability of that system.
And are you generally familiar with the property that is the subject of tonight's application?
I am.
What were you engaged to do in connection with this project that is the subject of tonight's hearing?
So we were retained by the developer to initially do some due diligence, environmental due diligence, to assess the history of use and land use at the property, the potential for environmental concerns, and the potential for contamination on the property, which led to additional work that we had done on their behalf to fully characterize the site conditions, enter into the state voluntary cleanup program in Pennsylvania, and proceed forward to develop and eventually get approval of a cleanup plan for the site.
Before we get into the technical stuff, please explain for the people what the Pennsylvania Land Recycling Program and Environmental Standards Act, what's it all about? Give us some background information.
I refer to it as Act 2. That's how it's commonly known. But it is the Pennsylvania Land Recycling and Remediation Standards Act. It was established in 1995 and at the time was recognized across the country as a national model as far as the state cleanup program was perceived. It, for the first time in any state, really provided both incentives for people to proceed with cleanup on contaminated site, but also provided some flexibility in the sense that you can apply risk-based strategies and approaches to demonstrate that the site conditions as they were at the time they were characterized don't pose a risk, and a part of that consideration is what the eventual land use is in light of the nature of the contaminants on the property. One of the other incentives is if you go through the process to the satisfaction of the administrative and technical requirements under the program, you're then afforded a legal liability defense, which basically says for the contamination that you've characterized and cleaned up, you're not liable under state law and can't be sued under state law.
And that was a very big factor in the adoption of the act. Before the adoption of the act, if you were in the chain of title of a contaminated property, you were legally responsible even though you did not participate in the
weren't the cause, yeah, you weren't the cause of the contamination, yeah.
Oh, sorry, thank you. And so, just so everybody understands, so before this act, which we have all in eastern Pennsylvania, where all of these old contaminated brownfield sites were, no one was willing to go in and buy them and remediate them or use them because they couldn't get a release of liability. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, if cost wasn't a consideration and practicality wasn't a consideration, people could try to find ways to clean it up. Part of the problem was not only were you responsible then, but there was no defined endpoint as to how clean it needed to be. This program provided a platform for evaluating how clean it needs to be for the nature of the contamination and what the end use of the property is.
I think it's a little off of where we're going to go, but I think it would be helpful if you explained these different levels of attainment, residential, commercial,
sure,
residential, non-residential, and site-specific.
Yeah, without getting too far into technical details, there's three standards under the cleanup program that you can try to attain. You can attain them individually or in combination, however you want to approach it for the nature of the site. The first level is what we call the statewide health standards. They are standard lookup tables with values, concentrations for contaminants of concern that you're looking to characterize. And they have been established by the state as the remediation standard called the statewide health standard that is risk-based. So if you can achieve those standards and clean your site up to those numbers, you have no risk. That's one level. The second level is called the background standard. There are some cases where there's contaminants of concern on a property, but there's actually contamination around the property, whether it's from natural background or other sources of contamination from other parties. You can go through a process to demonstrate that. And if you achieve what is defined as the background standard, that's acceptable. The third is called site-specific. Site-specific is where you take in a multitude of factors, both scientific factors, toxicological factors, and end use of the property factors, and apply that to develop what is a reasonable approach, risk-based approach for the end use of the property.
A little bit on risk-based approach, Jeff.
There's multiple ways you can do it. You can go through a pretty rigorous process that is basically EPA's process that Pennsylvania follows to go through and evaluate things like concentrations, types of nature of contaminants, nature of potential health concerns, and things called exposure and concentration. And you can look at them on a case-by-case basis for each site, generate new numeric values that establish the cleanup level that you then have to achieve. Or you can do what's called site-specific pathway elimination, where you can demonstrate that if you leave contamination behind, it's in such a manner that it's not representing a risk or posing a risk, or there's no pathway for that risk to be complete.
I hope that gives everybody a little bit of background of what Act 2 is all about before Jeff goes forward. Now, I think as part of your recitation of what you were hired to do, I think you mentioned that you did investigation, characterization, and you came up with what type of plan, or what would you call it? What's it called?
Officially under the Act 2 program, it's a remedial investigation report. In this case, it was a combined report. You can do these in individual reports. We decided to combine them into one. It was a remedial investigation report / risk assessment report / cleanup plan.
So break that up for us. So
the remedial investigation is you take into consideration all the information that's available through records review, documents, regulatory searches, database, all kinds of information that's at our disposal. And you basically retell the history of use of the property, what was done there, what are the potential contaminants of concern, what was the areas of concern based on what they did there, the potential for spills or releases to occur. Some are reported, some not. And then things like underground storage tanks, typical things that you would look at that pose a potential environmental concern. And then you characterize those and their level of priority. And you do investigations. You actually take a look at the history of the record of investigations and remediation that may have occurred before, compile all that information, come up with an approach that's prioritized to investigate what remains as a concern, and even to go back to places that were cleaned up years ago and verify that the cleanup still is maintained. So it's a pretty comprehensive view of history, of response actions and investigation, and then a prioritized investigation of current conditions. After that,
that's the remedial investigation.
It's the remedial investigation that establishes your baseline of data and information that represents the risk or potential risk that then you carry into a risk assessment to evaluate what are the risks based on the information that you've gathered. What media, what contaminants, and for what types of users of the property, trespassers, construction workers, industrial workers, or whatever. And you evaluate them through that process. You come out of that with residual or remaining risks that can't otherwise be addressed, and the cleanup plan then is written to address the risks that aren't addressed by other means, such as redevelopment is one way, where you can address risks with a redevelopment plan, or you have to do some surgical removal or excavation of material in one case, or some other remedy to clean up the site.
And then the final part is the actual cleanup plan, what you're going to do.
Yeah, so that cleanup plan establishes what you're gonna do to clean it up, and it even establishes, in some cases, what are you gonna do after you clean it up? After you clean up the site, there are some obligations. Post-remediation care is what it's called. Obligations, including things like deed restrictions on the property, on how it can be used or can't be used, restrictions on the use of groundwater if that's relevant, things of that nature. They actually get written into the deed for the property.
That's the background, and I take it that you did that type of investigation for this property.
Correct.
And you created a combined remedial investigation, risk assessment, and cleanup plan.
Yes.
And document A15 is that plan, is it not?
So,
You know, before we go to A15 or A16, you have a slide presentation that really explains this. So I would like to allow you, I would like you to give the I would like you to give the background, your description using this very graphic program that you put together.
yeah, I will do that. What I'm about to walk through here is in 2024 of March 2024, we filed what is called a notice of intent to remediate for the site. That is a document that gets prepared and submitted. First of all, in this case, got published in a local newspaper in the legal section to provide proper public notice that our client was going to enter the Act 2 cleanup program. That's called a notice of intent to remediate. That was in March 2024. What I'm going to walk through here is a presentation that we put together. This is common practice for us. Not everybody will do this. Before we're ready to submit a report, the RIR-RA cleanup plan report, we have a meeting typically with stakeholders in the agencies involved. In this case, Pennsylvania DEP and EPA are involved. And we presented the information that we were about to submit to them in a report to give them an opportunity to look at it in advance, deal with any questions they may have at the time, makes the whole process of the report submittal and review go more smoothly. So I'm going to walk through this really quickly.
So this whole series is A15. Okay, so Jess will move through the sheets of this as you direct.
We have this?
Yeah. Okay.
Yes, it's in the
original binder.
yeah, it's in the original binder.
It's a presentation. I think you have the cover page in your hand right now.
It's all in there, Bill. Okay. Right there. So this presentation is exhibit A15 or?
Yep.
Right?
That's right.
It's in the book, yeah.
Are we good?
Yep.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
I'm not going to read everything here, but this just, we present the site background and history. It's important to note out that in 1876 is when operations commenced here. This was essentially a pigments factory manufacturer. They did both natural and synthetic, pretty much iron oxide based pigments for color. There was also one aspect at one point in time where they actually produced films for coatings on magnetic tape in addition to the pigments plant process that they went through. There was different owners through time, but this has been operating since 1876. I mentioned EPA's involvement. So in Pennsylvania,
You're on the second page now of this A15.
correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. So EPA in Pennsylvania has sometimes an involvement in the Act 2 cleanup program because in this case, in this particular site, in 1976, EPA passed what's known as RCRA, which is the Resource Conservation Recovery Act. It's regulations that EPA adopted for managing and handling waste on facilities. And this facility was one that was regulated under RCRA. So because we were going through the cleanup program in Pennsylvania, Pennsylvania and EPA in this region have what's called a memorandum of agreement. It's called the One Cleanup Program. If you proceed with a cleanup under the Pennsylvania Act 2 program, EPA is simultaneously a participant in that process, and you can achieve and accomplish the same obligations you would have under RCRA with EPA by following the Pennsylvania Cleanup Program. You don't always achieve all the obligations, but you can substantially achieve the obligations. And in this case, we were presenting the EPA and DEP, and we submitted the documents to EPA and DEP simultaneously.
We've gone to the next page now entitled Environmental History Document.
As I said, we look at all the available information that we can find. This is just one summary of documents. We look at databases, we look at records, we look at state and federal inspection reports, notices of violation. We look at a variety of things. But this is just a summary, high level, starting as far back as 1989, reports that were generated for investigations and work that was done at this property, both from an investigation standpoint, compliance standpoint, a cleanup standpoint. There were storage tanks on this property that had to get properly closed and removed. So there's a record of things going from 1989 through 2005 that we looked at, tore apart, dove into, and got the details of what happened before we got involved in the process. This might be hard to see, but this is page 5. What this is our compilation of the information that we reviewed in a visual map form. We identified what remained after all of our detailed review and analysis. There were 15 areas of concern that we identified that we felt warranted further investigation. Those, for sake of argument, are shaded in green on this figure, so it's easy for you to see, hopefully. It's going to be hard to see all the details, but where would you like me to zoom? So you can see the areas in green have different identifications. There's settling beds, there's a removed UST, there's a place up in the northwestern corner. Removed USTs. There's a
Underground storage tank.
There's a place up on the northwestern side, green shaded area that's referred to as the boneyard. It was an area where waste was handled traditionally, one area where waste was handled. There's an empty drum storage area. There's hydraulic elevator shafts, various above ground storage tanks and below ground storage tanks. So and up here to the north, there was a wastewater treatment plant at one point. So this is our compilation of all the information that says, here's 15 areas of concern that warrant further investigation, that previous work hadn't fully addressed, or that we felt needed to be further characterized. This is
So just so I'm clear, all of these boneyards are basically dumping areas?
there's only one boneyard. It's not necessarily a dumping area. It's an area where waste materials that they no longer needed or couldn't be used were staged. And there's only one of them. It's the one area that's in green. up to the northwestern corner. All these green areas represent different areas.
If we look at the same map, I see a boneyard AOC 3 on the left-hand side of the page, that's large. I see a small boneyard AOC 3 on the right side of the page. That's at least two. I thought I saw another one.
There may be two.
Okay.
My point was that boneyard is one type of ASC. There's 15 of them. Maybe there's 2 boneyards, but the rest are USTs, various other features that are not boneyard.
I can appreciate that. Just making sure I understood what we're talking about.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. What this figure represents is,
What page are you on?
this is page 6.
Thank you.
This figure represents the investigations that we had done after identifying the 15 areas of concern. There's other features on here like wetlands, streams. There's an outline, rectangular outline here that was at that time the conceptual outline of a building that was being considered to be built. So you can see that relative to some of the features. And then the various colored symbols are investigation points. Some are Langen points. For instance, the blue squares are overburden monitoring wells that we installed. But if you go down the list of things on the side, it's really a compilation of all the historical points and locations and types of samples that we considered that were collected by others before us that helped inform the investigation that we did. So we took the compilation of all that information and data, environmental investigation and remediation, plus the work that we did to supplement that. Now we have a picture of the characterization of the site. Soil, groundwater primarily. We also did surface water sediment sampling in portions of Spring Brook and also Bushkill Creek to evaluate potential impacts there.
What page are you on?
I'm now on
7.
page 7.
Right.
What this represents is, again, the building outline roughly in rectangular feature there on the figure. The different color shading represents what we were provided by the engineering team on the project. It represents areas of cut material that's going to be cut out for the development. That's shown in the orange and the red tinted colors and yellow. And then the green areas, which are the fill areas. So if you look to the extreme north and northwest, that's a big, large volume of material that's being cut out to allow for grades to be such to construct the building. That's getting moved down into the area shown in green, and that's all going to be fill. That's going to be, in many cases, tens, in some cases, hundreds of feet of fill thick.
Can you just talk into the mic, please? Like a little bit closer. Thank you.
Sure. So this is the concept of the redevelopment plan, and in this case, it's a major earthwork project where, fortunately, the material that needs to be cut is essentially going to be substantially bedrock that's going to be removed from that area, processed on site, and placed as fill.
Clean.
Clean, we sampled, obviously we didn't sample the bedrock, no reason to. We did collect samples in areas that we thought warranted further investigation in that area. The soil thickness in that area is probably 5 feet or less. After 5 feet, you're hitting bedrock. So we did do some sampling up there in areas that we prioritized, thought that was necessary. We didn't find any concern. The rest is going to be basically bedrock that gets cut, removed, processed, and placed. The area in green, where coincidentally is where most of our investigation was done, because that's where most of the areas of concern and operations were that we wanted to characterize and felt we needed to characterize, is where all that fill is going to be placed. And at the end of the day, the data that we gathered, there's no organics contaminants like volatile organics or semi-volatile organics, or semi-volatile organics, which.
What are organics? A little bit.
So in the world of contaminants, there's semi-volatiles, there's volatile organics, there's metals, and then there's other things like PCBs and other things, which we didn't have here. There were no semi-volatile organics of concern. There were no volatile organics of concern. They tend to be more problematic from a cleanup standpoint because they can represent multiple concerns. They can leach to groundwater. They can cause vapors that could intrude into buildings. So there's more potential concerns generally with those types of chemicals than things like metals. We don't have lead concerns here. Lead would be one metal that has typically higher level of concern. What we had here, mostly what we found in the soil that exceeded any cleanup standard were things like iron, arsenic occasionally, cobalt, manganese. So we didn't have major contaminants of concern that represent a high risk for the site. Excuse me. But where we did have that is in that area in the sort of lower central part of the site where the dark green fill is highlighted here. So that's good because we can take care of the risk that any of those contaminants might pose for either coming in contact with it, breathing the dust, or its potential to leach to groundwater, which is pretty minimal here, and we'll talk about that in a minute. And this fill of 10 or more feet thick that's going to be placed there provides a barrier and a cover that prevents contact to that material. So this site development plan is suited as a remedy and a cleanup for dealing with the known contamination in the soil.
Just so I understand it. So you boiled this down to metals in sight, and metals do not leach into the groundwater.
I wouldn't say that. They can. And we do have in groundwater some of the same metals we have in soil is in groundwater. So I would say they probably are leaching to some degree. But at the end of the day, what's in the groundwater, we characterized it. We installed 7 monitoring wells, both in the overburden and in the bedrock. We sampled it 4 times quarterly over the course of a year. And what we found is we have occasionally exceedances of drinking water standards for certain metals, some of which are the same metals that are in soil, but their extent is limited. They don't have the characteristics of the potential to migrate far. And we did a research of potential drinking water use, potable private well drinking water use in the area. There is none within 1,000 feet down gradient of this facility. So collectively, that information allows us to say there is no pathway. So even though it's in the soil, any direct contact or dust inhalation that might occur is going to be covered in more than 10 feet of soil once the redevelopment is done. The groundwater on site is going to be restricted by deed to say you can't use it on the site. That's a protective action that's going to be written into the deed. It's very common in Pennsylvania. It's a common element of cleanup in Pennsylvania. And that's bolstered by the fact that there's no drinking water use, private drinking water use, or potable drinking water use within 1,000 feet down gradient. So that's not a concern either. So collectively, there's no risk here if this site redevelopment plan is implemented the way that it's shown here, and that fill is placed, site's regraded, the contaminants are essentially not a risk.
And that remediation plan is implemented as part of the construction process.
Very much. They're tied together.
Want to go on?
Sure.
Actually, I have a question.
Sure.
Trying to think through this without the alphabet's soup of items you've identified. You had mentioned in terms of the redevelopment plan and the highlighting of the different areas on what is cut and what is fill, about 5 feet of soil and the rest being bedrock. Is that correct?
The bedrock will be generated as fill. It's going to be cut.
Jeff, can you just speak into the mic, please?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, yeah. You're tall. Lift it up.
I'm
Yeah.
trying. I'm trying. It just keeps falling down every
Yeah.
time I go over here.
So
So the bedrock is going to be cut out of that hillside to, I don't
yeah,
have,
that's not the question I'm asking. Let me rephrase it. All right, so recognizing that there is bedrock and there is soil, obviously you take the soil, set it aside. Yes, I looked at the excavation plans and the plans that you guys were kind enough to furnish to us to see how exactly you guys were going to do that. So I'm in touch with that piece of it. Dirt is dirt, move it around, hoo-hoo, right? Then we get to the bedrock, and you say that the bedrock is going to be excavated somehow, I'm assuming blasting, but whatever, right? Processed and then used on the site. Do I have that correct?
right?
Okay. And the order of, I'm thinking about this sort of like a layer cake, which is probably an oversimplification, but may not be completely inaccurate,
Actually, probably not.
right? So then
Yeah.
you would be putting the recycled bedrock down first and then the soil on top of that? Or would it be soil and then the bedrock recycled? Or is it some
So-
combination of the two
You're,
based upon some festive?
yeah, you're getting outside of my area of expertise on the project because I'm not involved with the means and methods of construction. I'm just involved with what needs to occur to eliminate the risk consistent with the cleanup plan. But I'll try to answer your question. I think what's going to define how that fill gets placed and in what order and level of compaction and then how, how many foot lifts it gets placed is a geotechnical plan that I'm not privy to right now. I don't know that that's been fully developed. But that's like geotechnical design combined with construction means and methods, which is not my area of expertise. So,
I see.
but I wanna explore your question from an environmental standpoint. Whether it's the soil first or the rock first, it's clean material that's going to be tens, in some cases, hundreds of feet thick. So the order to get it that it gets placed really doesn't matter from an environmental standpoint.
And you're calling it clean based upon the bedrock being the predominant factor in that?
Bedrock and the northern part of the site where we do have some test results, but there weren't many operations that would pose a concern up there. All the operations were down in the lower part of the
Oh, I
site.
see. So based upon where like the various boneyards were.
Yeah, they
so-
did most of their work and where the oil tanks were and where there were known releases historically, some that were previously cleaned up. It's down in the area that's in the dark green where the fill is going to be placed. And that's logically where most of our samples were taken because that was the highest area of concern.
And then was a core sample done down to the depth of the bedrock that is going to be blasted out?
Again, the environmental samples that we collected were down in the northern part. They were down to the top of that bedrock.
It's roughly 5 feet.
Down in the lower areas, we drilled through the full thickness of soil and in some cases drilled into the bedrock to complete monitoring wells as part of that program. So we did both in the lower areas.
So I guess the question here, I've been trying to ask this question a couple of times, but I want to make sure I'm asking the right person. So, Mr. Kaplan, maybe you can help me in terms of this. I still do not have an understanding of the northern wall that's going to be excavated, how that has been tested to know that it is solid rock from the insertion point down to the base of where it's going to be. Does he have a understanding of that, or is there another witness that's going to have an understanding of that, or?
I mean, I would say I'm a geologist, so I have some understanding. I know how it's mapped, and I know what we saw in the locations that we drilled. Granted, we didn't provide enough drill points to cover the entire hillside. But what's up in that hillside is a metamorphic rock, gneiss. What's down in the valley is more limestone. and it's pretty dense, actually good quality material up in the hillside. I would imagine if it hasn't been done already, that a geotechnical engineer would need to know a little bit about the properties of that material and the depth to that rock up in that area. I haven't seen that information.
How about from a, I'll call it cleanliness point of view, which is where I
I mean,
think,
it's natural, so there were,
Well, there are two pieces to the question. One is, you know, we're talking about clean fill, and I'm trying to buy that argument, okay? But then the other question I have comes down to EPA requirements in terms of blasting out rock. You have to have a core sample down to the base. It's on the EPA website. Now, within the Act 2 aspects of this, there seems to be some latitude on some elements of this. But based upon the research that I've done, I still haven't gotten an answer to that question. Where are the core samples that go down 140 feet to the base of where that site is supposed to happen?
well,
because
that's
how can
an
we know if there's a-
assumption. That's, you've
Please go ahead.
really interrupted his testimony, but all right, but that's an assumption that you have made about what kind of core samples need to be done.
No, it's not an assumption. It's on the EPA
Well,
website.
if I could,
Yeah.
it's not a cleanup issue. That's what I'm testifying to. The environmental conditions and the cleanup.
I see what
That
you're going.
requirement has nothing to do with what I'm here to
I
talk
see what you're
about.
saying. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Kaplan, I was not informed that we couldn't ask questions as the folks were going along. Is that an additional condition of this hearing at this point?
I'm really not going to get into that fight.
Yeah, it from a procedural perspective, it can often be helpful to be able to ask the question as the witness, as the witness has it up on the screen. If you were in court, you would not be doing that. You'd be waiting for the completion of all the testimony. You'd be making notes, and then you would be referring back just to allow the continuity in the direct presentation of the evidence. So that's sort of the answer. We've never had to be this formal, and it's always been sort of natural to just ask the questions when it's there. But if the applicant wants to make the presentation directly through there, it seemed to me that you would ask permission to ask the question. It was granted. So we'll just be cognizant of trying to, if we can, just make the notes, and we'll go back to it when the time comes for
I had
questioning.
no objection to you asking the question. What I
You
have
accused me of interrupting the gentleman, and
Pardon me?
you accused me of interrupting the gentleman, and all I did was
I didn't
ask a
accuse
question.
you of anything.
Okay,
I
that's
didn't
great then. We're all good. Let's
All right.
move on.
Jeff, can you?
People in the audience cannot ask questions in the middle at this point in the proceeding. Okay. All right, as a point of information, I think that's good, Mr. Kaplan. You helped out before when the stenographer had an issue where there are things that would make it much more understandable, not only for the people who may be watching or here, but even for the commission, including myself. I'm not necessarily familiar with all these terms.
And that's usually the reason that I interrupt.
Right.
That's what
Right. So
trying-
we'll be cognizant of that issue.
And I'll apologize because environmental world is full of all kinds of abbreviations and acronyms. So
I'm not even sure
I'm
what
all for you interrupting and telling me to please spell it.
I'm not even sure what LOL is.
Laugh out loud.
I can continue going through
Please,
this.
I want you
but
to-
this is really just a summary of things that I probably have already said. So pardon me if I did get ahead of myself.
What are you on, page 8?
This is page 8. This represents, excuse me. Again, this is a summary of the soil investigation that was done. You can see they're listed on the side what we found that was present in the soil above different Pennsylvania Act 2 cleanup standards. Again, we looked at this from the use of the property, the intended use being non-residential. So under the cleanup program in Pennsylvania, there's residential criteria and standards that you can compare to, and there's non-residential criteria and standards you can compare to. Obviously, because this cleanup is oriented toward the end use being non-residential, we looked at the non-residential standards. Essentially, the first bullet represents list of metals that were found to exceed what's known as the soil to groundwater values. Soil to groundwater values. What that means is those metals were found in the soil at the site at a concentration that potentially could leach to groundwater. That's what that means. The next is direct contact. So just coming in contact with soil represents a potential risk. Iron is the one metal that was found to exceed the non-residential direct contact standard. So there is one metal on the site that there is a risk under current conditions for direct contact. The last thing is these terms PFOA, PFOS, and PFBS. Those are three specific contaminants in the group of contaminants that you probably all are familiar with, which is PFAS. PFAS are in the news. They're known as forever chemicals. Pennsylvania regulates 3 of them in the state of Pennsylvania. Those are the 3. And you don't need me to tell you the long names of what those letters represent, but PFOA, PFOS, and PFBS are the 3 chemicals of concern that are PFAS that Pennsylvania regulates. There happened to be a fire on this site at one time historically. We found that as part of our historical research and our records search. So we identified the area, the building where it occurred. Lo and behold, we found an article in a newspaper that showed in a photo that foam, firefighting foam, was used to put out this fire. Firefighting foam is one of the more common sources of these PFAS chemicals. So we needed to do an investigation of where that foam was applied to investigate the soil for the potential presence of those contaminants. Good news here is we didn't find it. So that's a plus. And we did basically an area defined by several borings in the footprint of where the building once was, where the fire was, and we didn't detect them. I mentioned groundwater before. The thing I didn't mention is, in all cases, soil, groundwater, sediment, surface water, we analyzed for a very broad list of contaminants. You do have the opportunity in the cleanup program to narrow the list of contaminants that you're looking for based on lots of information. We decided, let's look for the full list. VOCs, SVOCs, I said before, volatile organics are VOCs. Semi-volatile organics are SVOCs. PCBs are polychlorinated biphenyls. They can be found in different types of oils or transformer oils sometimes. And then metals. So we weren't skimping on what we looked for here. We tried to look for the common list and range of types of chemicals that you can find here. And again, I said metals was what we found in groundwater. Manganese, iron, aluminum, beryllium, cobalt, and nickel happen to be found above residential and non-residential groundwater statewide health standards. But none of the other things. No PCBs, no VOCs, no SVOCs. This is just a summary of the risk assessment. I think I mentioned this to you all before. We looked at trespassers as one potential receptor. We looked at site industrial workers, people who might be working on this site at some point. And then we looked at the construction worker. And we also did an ecological health evaluation based on surface water data that we collected, sediment data we collected, and we actually, in a couple instances, collected what's known as pore water samples, which is basically the water from the pores in the sediment between the surface water and the bottom of the channel. the end result was we had revealed there was a potential limited risk to the construction worker, but it could be readily handled by them just basically applying certain health and safety measures during construction, like wear dust masks, monitor for dust, use dust control so that you're not generating a lot of dust and you're not potentially inhaling it. That was really the risk to the construction workers, but we could manage that as part of the construction. And that's actually a requirement in the cleanup plan that construction workers must do that.
Excuse me,
not
Mr.
an
Smith.
option.
Is there a problem with hearing, or is the presentation by the applicant is all part of their rebuttal of the information and testimony given late in May. That's what the objective was to be, and this is. We're going to be more liberal in the allowance of the information, which will give anybody objecting the right to serve rebuttal of anything that's presented in the course of these hours. So I apologize for interrupting Mr. Smith. I just want to make sure we're all on the same page and we understand how this process will work. But it's a point well taken. But frankly, there was so much testimony that with no record that late that evening in May that I cannot tell you that this wasn't within the scope of what was being questioned that night.
Well, I'm sorry. In a hearing 2 weeks ago or 4 weeks ago, we were told by Ms. Wagner that we did not have an Act 2 clearance. So at a minimum, this is in rebuttal to those comments that were made.
It's clarification of an issue that was raised so that, and I do believe in a land development application, the applicant has to be given a great deal of leeway to correct deficiencies during the course of the process prior to the vote, and therefore, in the interest of protecting the due process and rights, we're going to be lenient there. But anybody in opposition who hears the testimony, the door is going to be open for rebuttal within that scope. And we're basically redoing the hearing. May was a nice night, but for those who wanted to be a nice night and early morning. But I think we're now, covering this in a clear fashion to understand what your record is, and the opposition will have an opportunity within that scope, so that if you haven't introduced anything about aliens, they're not going to be able to introduce questions about aliens. It's that simple. You're welcome. The question was about access to the documents, and we already heard earlier that in the portal will be the transcripts. I don't know what we do with these. Does staff get a full set of these books too?
Yeah.
Yes, but they also supplied electronic copies.
So everything here will be in the portal available for public review.
It's on the website as well. I had Dustin make a warehouse page with all attachments.
Okay, so we're good, and hopefully now I give you back Mr. Smith. I'm sorry for the interruption, but hopefully we've clarified that, and now we can just move along.
Well, the good news is I'm on my last slide, slide 11. Again, I won't read all of this. I did talk about these things, post-remediation care plan being part of the cleanup. It's going to have specific obligations after the site's built, after the cleanup's finished and approved. There's still obligations that exist for certain things that have to be done. For instance, anybody doing construction on the site or earth disturbance would have to apply these health and safety measures to make sure the workers are protected, those kinds of things. going to be an environmental covenant. It's a legal instrument that enforces certain activity and use limitations on the property. For instance, this site will be designated as non-residential as one example. Groundwater restrictions, I mentioned that. That's another example. There won't be any permitted use of groundwater on the property. So things of those nature. One other thing I want to mention is this thing called a materials management plan, which is part of the post-remediation care obligations, but it's also part of the cleanup. So once this site is built and everything is done, there is a document called a materials management plan that's been prepared in draft form. It will be final once the final report gets approved. That basically we can characterize this site to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, and that's what we've done. You can never eliminate or characterize everything, right? It's just not possible. So the intent of a materials management plan is it establishes protocols and procedures for encountering things that you didn't expect or that you didn't previously know about. And it provides a list of procedures about what to do about that. Who do you need? When do you need to notify? Who do you need to notify? And how do you manage those conditions? There's a variety of sort of tiered approaches to things like that that are written into this materials management plan, and it's part of the cleanup. So it's just another level of assurance that we may or may not have gotten everything characterized at this site. But if we didn't and we encounter it, there's a plan that's written to deal with that situation. So I just want to make that clear.
Let me go back to asking you some questions to sort of finish this up. I believe that you said early on that the first step was that you filed the notice of intent to remediate, and then you tell us what you then did. I think you then submitted the risk assessment, and you've submitted these plans.
So the order was the notice of intent to remediate in March 2024. This presentation to both agencies in June 2024, or some form of this presentation. Then the report was submitted in September 2024. And by report, that's the remedial investigation report / risk assessment report / cleanup plan. Went to EPA and DEP in September 2024. And then in December 2024, DEP issued approval letter for that cleanup plan.
So could we look at exhibit, just give him exhibits 16 and 17? Tell us what 16 is, please.
This exhibit is the March 22nd, 2024 receipt of notice of intent to remediate letter issued by Pennsylvania DEP to our client.
And it contains all the advertising and all the formalities of the notice of intent to remediate, does it not?
Yeah, it's an acknowledgement that everything was submitted and it's administratively complete and it's been received by the department.
Tell us what exhibit A17 is, please.
So this is the September 26, 2024 receipt of report acknowledgement letter from Pennsylvania DEP. This acknowledges their receipt of our submittal of the remedial investigation report / risk assessment / cleanup plan, which was submitted on September 25, 2024.
And following that, on number 18, is that, will you tell us what it is?
This is the actual report that was submitted in September 2024 to DEP and EPA.
Okay. think I want to go back now to, I would like to go back to Exhibit A5G and ask you, has DEP approved the Act Two Combined Remedial Investigation, Risk Assessment, and Cleanup Plan?
Yes, and this letter dated December 17th, 2024 is that approval letter from Pennsylvania DEP for that report submittal.
Okay. We go to Exhibit A19. So you've touched on the fact that we need some level of EPA approval. So could you tell us about that and related, I believe, to Exhibit 19 and 20?
As I said early on, this is a joint review process in this case for EPA and Pennsylvania DEP to review this report collaboratively, simultaneously. Doing so, Pennsylvania DEP approved the cleanup plan, so in part, some of the record obligations that EPA has jurisdiction over have been met, but not all of them, because there are certain areas where EPA and DEP sort of have a departure on how they view things. Groundwater is one of them. So there's going to be more demonstration for EPA that everything we said is further substantiated by more monitoring, some statistical demonstration that plume conditions aren't getting worse. Plume conditions, P-L-U-M-E. So there's more that's going to be required in terms of just data gathering by EPA. There's also a process under RCRA that's formally a process that they still have to go through administratively that isn't directly related to the process that DEP goes through. So there's things like called a statement of basis, which is essentially once they're on the same page with everything and they're okay with what we said and what we demonstrate with data about groundwater, they write a statement of basis, which is, this is the basis for the cleanup, and they agree with that. Then the next stage is a final decision document, ultimately. And that final decision document goes out for public review, and it's the last step in EPA's RCRA process to meeting all the RCRA obligations and having everything approved. So technically not everything is approved by EPA at this point, but they did issue another document to us. I don't know what exhibit that is.
I think 18 is your submittal to RCRA, to the EPA.
Well, 19 was, there was a period of comments that came after DEP approved the report that EPA issued in stages. That letter was our formal response to the comments that EPA had provided.
And 20 is what?
So 20 is a letter dated August 15, 2025, which came after our response to EPA's comments. And it's a letter that traditionally we used to refer to them as comfort letters from EPA. It's basically a letter that they prepared that explains to the best of their ability without things aren't yet finally approved by them, but it's a letter that provides certain level of assurances and comfort that in this case, and we can read some of the wording if we'd like, I can try to expand. You want to enlarge that for me? Basically, they said anything we're doing on the site consistent with a redevelopment plan for soils, they're in agreement with, and they don't foresee any issue with that. But because there's certain other things that need to still be reviewed and gathered in terms of data for groundwater, and they still have to follow the regulatory process that they have to follow, it's not yet finally approved, is what this letter says.
So let me ask you, I think, the ultimate question. So taking all of this information into account, what conclusions can you make or what opinion can you issue to the best of scientific certainty with regard to whether there will be adverse environmental impacts that may result as a result of the remediation and ultimate redevelopment of this plan?
It's a big question.
Why, I could say it a different way. Is it going to be clean? But
I believe that, you know, obviously, I'm a professional geologist. I have to sign and seal these documents. But, you know, my professional practice is to be able to assert that what we said is appropriate cleanup for the site, for the reasons that we said it, and for the information that we've developed and collected, is the right approach, and it will clean up the site, and it will reduce and eliminate the risk that currently exists on the property.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
If I may, I know it's up for the commission, but I just can't help from the legal perspective. When you say about signing and sealing, is there a plan that has been finalized, that's been signed and sealed, or is there still a process that's ongoing based on the last paragraph in that letter in Exhibit 20 that still has to get resolved with some open meetings yet from the public or input from the public?
So if you look at the exhibit of our report submittal, my seal and my signature's on that report.
On that, okay, in the report.
Carl, let me take it. I know where you're
Joel.
going. Let me give you, Joel,
go.
I'm sorry.
Just don't call me late for the meeting.
Yeah. So there is one more step in this process that we have not talked about. Thank you for asking the question. Please tell us what happens next or finally.
Yeah, it used to be that if we were at this stage where we had an approved cleanup plan and an approved land development plan, that the department would issue a final approval. They no longer do that. They've decided to change their mind because they said they've gotten burned, quote unquote. So now, if we get an approved land development plan and the cleanup plan has already been approved, we can't get a final report until the project's done.
Until the what?
Project's done.
So we have an approved cleanup plan. We know how it's going to work, but we can't get a final approval until you actually do the work.
I got you. So it's,
Let me go one step further. You have a role in that. After the plan, the development plan and the cleanup plan have been taken care of by the contractors, it's on you to do what and to give what kind of certification?
Well, I would say it's on us and my client because I need to be a participant in the construction and the redevelopment of the project in order for me to do what I have to do, which is where your question is leading.
Sure.
Which is, once it's done, I have to write a report that I have to sign and seal that says we did the cleanup plan, we implemented the cleanup plan, and everything we said in the cleanup plan has been met, and there is no residual risk as a result of the construction and redevelopment of the site.
And DEP reviews that, what I used to call a closure report, whatever it's called.
It's just called the Act 2 final report. That's what it's called.
And DEP reviews that, and what do they do if they agree?
They will issue a formal approval letter, and in that formal approval letter will be statements to assert that they afford a release of liability to those who participated in the remediation.
And that release of liability carries forward to future owners of the property.
Correct.
thank you. So now this is the opportunity for the commission members to ask any questions of this particular witness. And I'll turn it over to the chair to lead your group here.
That's right. I don't usually start, but I'll start, and then we'll go wherever somebody's comfortable. I don't know if everybody has questions necessarily. Mr. Smith, you stated earlier that there's a difference in process between a residential versus a non-residential project.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's the process that's different. It's the criteria that you compare your results to that's different.
Okay, but the criteria, are there, since we're talking about a non-residential, are there any further gradations that would be depending on the proposed use of the property? In other words, if the proposed use were another pigment facility versus a warehouse, those are both non-residential. Is there any difference in the approach or the criteria?
No,
It's just simply because it's non-residential, this is what we utilize.
correct.
Okay, thank you. I guess sort of a similar question about the post-remedial care, and you mentioned the materials management plan. Again, would any of that have any different approach to those based on the proposed use?
As long as it's consistently non-residential, but
Correct.
there would be nothing different about that.
Okay, if this were, I don't know, this were an operation that required digging of the ground as part of their ongoing work, would that change?
The part of the activity use limitations that will get written into this remedy are potential exposure, risk concerns to construction workers, and there will be guidelines for appropriate health and safety measures that they would need to employ to eliminate that risk. So regardless of who or what is being done here, as long as it's non-residential, those same guidelines for health and safety for workers apply.
Would apply either way. Okay.
Yeah.
And very, very clear that the work that was presented here tonight all has to do with, a remedial investigation, the risk assessment. You went through those, the cleanup plan, all based on what was here before. None of this, and I should ask a question, was any of your work based on any future operations of a use?
No,
Nothing at all. That's
it's all based on the physical process of the construction and what will be there as part of the future non-residential use.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Anybody else have questions?
Yes. Are there any of the objectors who are represented by counsel? Is counsel present in the room? I think we have to make an opportunity for counsel.
What I will do, what I would propose to do is that at the completion of the questions by the commission members, because that's what we generally do,
All right.
we will then ask whether there is anybody who wishes to make an appearance, since Mr. Harding has already now indicated, and that he could formally make that, explain who he represents, and then he would, when we get to that opportunity where the members of the audience would have the ability to ask questions through me, I will be much happier letting Mr. Harding ask those questions, subject to Mr. Kaplan's ability to ask for objections, and then I'd have, to raise objections, and we'd rule on it. So I would trust that the questions will be pertinent and directed as appropriate if he has any questions to this witness. But that would be the process.
All right. I have a few questions, but I'd rather if counsel, because I can't represent any of these parties. I'm not.
No, we know about the motion that was filed. Everybody's
All right.
position on this commission is that there is no decision whatsoever until everyone rests, you guys deliberate and you vote. So at this point, you could have questions, but not from an adversarial point of view, from an educational point of view.
What is this man's name? What is
It's
your name? I'm sorry.
It's Mr. Smith.
Mr. Smith.
Yeah, if you think that's his real name, no.
What's that?
You can call me Jones if you want, but it's not.
I would be correct, would I not, that in this investigation, which you've explained at some length, that you did not make any investigation into any lawsuits or actions against the former owner of the factory the business that was there that had anything to do with water pollution, air pollution, or soil pollution. Is that correct?
I mean, I'll just answer your question. There'd be no reason for me to do that. It's not what I do.
All right. Do you know if, in fact, there were lawsuits in this county by people in this city and by surrounding persons who filed a number of lawsuits concerning air pollution?
It's not relevant to my cleanup plan.
All right. Did you do any work that covered water pollution by this, at the site?
Water pollution is a subjective term. I think I said what I did. I sampled groundwater and I sampled surface water.
All right. The sewage disposal that takes place in this city was engaged in litigation with this unit for a long time. Did you explore any of that?
I'm not a lawyer. I'm not hired to explore litigation and court records
Well-
and lawsuits. That's not what I'm hired to do.
Well, the litigation was technical from a lawyer's standpoint. It was whether there was pollutants coming from that land, either by air or by water, that were harmful.
If there was an agency, Pennsylvania DEP, EPA, filed a notice of violation or something that related to a potential pollution incident, I reviewed it. If there were lawsuits and things going on that were private parties or community or represented or whatever, it's not in my scope to consider those things.
Well, what I want to know is, did you investigate whether there were poisonous, dangerous subjects, land, or dangerous chemical combinations coming from that land over a long period of time that contaminated air, water, and soil? Did you make any of those investigations?
I reviewed the record of the investigations that were available, and I prioritized what I thought needed further investigation, and
All
I
right.
investigated it. That's what I did.
If making an investigation of that sort, would it have been helpful if you had gone back into the records of those lawsuits and determined whether, please, let me finish my question.
But it's not the scope of my practice. It's not what I do, and it's not what clients hire me to do under
Oh.
the regulations that they're being held to.
Mr. Smith,
It's not part of the
let me
regulation.
finish my question, please. Assume that there were lawsuits on record in this county and appellate records from the state or in the state that contain expert testimony from people in water, soil, and air in those lawsuits. Would it have been helpful for you to know what those experts found at those times?
I'm gonna object.
Just a question.
No, this calls for total speculation of what he would have found if he had gone and looked at some other record.
Mr. Smith, my understanding is testified as a geologist as to what he investigated. It speaks for itself. And I think he's already answered Mr. Shipman's question, but I hate to limit. I'm not quite sure where the questioning is going beyond the point that
I think he's answered it.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
So you wouldn't have any knowledge of whether there were such persons or documents out there that found the water was polluted in the stream, the air was polluted that went up over the farmlands.
I think I've answered it. I have the knowledge that I shared with everybody today, and it's in the context of the regulations and the program and the practice that I'm operating under.
All right. I have another question that perhaps you do have an interest in. You're aware that there's efforts, legal efforts by the developer here to do certain work on the stream that flows through there. Are you aware of that?
I was present at the zoning hearing on that site.
All right, I didn't know that. All right. Are you aware that there has been litigation over that stream being contaminated
No,
by this site?
not aware.
Would it be helpful if you had those records?
No,
Wouldn't change what you've said here today.
no. I don't see how it's relevant to what my role is on this project.
Well, I'm not going to argue facts or opinions with you, but if you're giving an opinion that everything that the developer has done is simply awaiting a final decree from the government that everything is okay to go forward.
I have issue with the word opinion. I don't have an opinion. It's a fact because it's been approved by agencies that are involved that are reviewing the work that we did. It's not my opinion.
Well, if that's your answer to my question, then they can go forward. If they get that final letter, or you supply the letter and they give the credit, would that be right? It's ready to go forward, everything.
Well, I think that's partly why we're here, to decide whether it's ready to go forward.
Well,
From an
isn't-
environmental cleanup standpoint, it's ready to go forward.
what?
From an environmental cleanup standpoint, in the eyes of Pennsylvania DEP and EPA, it's ready to go forward.
What about the water quality in the stream?
Not a problem. You can read our report. We sampled surface water and sediment. There's no risk.
All right. So you have no concerns about that?
I stick to what was said in my report.
Well, if you found something, you would have made it known. Would that be correct?
Are you insinuating something? Of course
No.
Of course I would.
I understand that this stream is going to be sunlighted, and then it's going to be moved, and if there's any contamination in there, that would be important. And you
When
didn't
we
find
say stream, are we talking about the stream that's under a culvert and underground?
the Bushkill Creek.
Well, Bushkill Creek's not that stream.
Well,
So
are you sure about that?
I know what Bushkill Creek is, and I know what the on-site.
Do you know
stream
whether
is.
the water that's going to be changed, the flow is going to be changed as part of the Bushkill Creek?
Yeah, it will be.
It will be.
The new channel?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you know if that's in any way been affected by this pollution over all these years?
What?
The water in that stream or the soil adjoining it?
Which stream?
The stream that flows into the Bushkill Creek that's being moved.
It's being moved, so if it is contaminated, it's no longer going to flow
All right.
to Bushkill Creek, which is why I think moving it might be the best thing you could do.
Jeff, could you a little bit more into the microphone?
Sorry.
Yeah, just
Sorry.
If I
Any,
could just-
any,
there-
hold on.
Were there
Hold on. Do you have further questions?
maybe one more?
Thank you. Okay. Got it.
Were you aware at any time when you were evaluating this project whether there were any other experts investigating this land?
You have to be more specific. But
Well, I don't have any more specifics. Anybody doing what you were
yeah,
doing for somebody else?
I've read a lot of reports that were prepared by others who did work before I did. Yes.
Uh-huh. And do you know who had purchased or asked that those reports be done? Do you know the name of the party?
objection. This is so far afield.
I think in the report that was.
I didn't ask him for the name. I asked if he knows the name.
That's why I said it's so far afield.
Wasn't that in the report that was given, where there was a history or record of all the prior reports that were given that you investigated? And I thought
correct.
that's what I read in the exhibit.
correct.
You identified previous investigations. That was part of your investigative background
Correct.
before you test for concurrent conditions.
Correct. I think your question though is, am I aware of who that work was done for? If I am, it's in the report that I submitted, and if I'm not, it's because I didn't have any reason. It doesn't matter who they did the work for. I was more concerned about the work that was done, not who it was done for.
All right, that's all I have.
Thanks. You have questions, Mr. Hutcherson?
I have a couple. But first, well, let's see, how do I want to do this? The daylighted, I think it's, you guys are calling it an unnamed tributary at this point, right? Now I'm gonna come at this differently. One of the things you talked about was sort of the safety mitigation for the construction workers, and the things that are necessary there. The concern that there are many concerns. The one concern that would come up out of that need would be sort of the obvious: airborne particulates and whatnot during construction, wafting their way up to College Hill and wreaking havoc. Right? That's an exaggeration, but you understand what I'm saying is that if you're going through the process of, we haven't even talked about the blasting yet, which we know is a concern of mine, and that's not your area, so that's cool. If there is a concern though in terms of contaminants on a worker level, why should we or should we not be concerned about contaminants during construction directly adjacent to the site? Said differently, let's say I lived at the silk mill and I had a small child. Do I need to worry about Janie going out and being exposed to airborne particulates that could be harmful?
So what those activities are going to be specifically during construction, it's going to be worker protection, maybe wear dust masks, have dust monitors on themselves. There may be perimeter dust monitoring that's being done at some perimeter around the work as it's occurring. You can monitor for dust, different distances. You can even take the monitoring all the way to the edge of the property if need be. There's also watering down the area to control the dust. So there's a variety of things you can do to mitigate that concern, and I'm not trying to downplay that concern. We do that type of perimeter monitoring on projects like this all the time. And sometimes it's not just for dust, it's for vapors, it's for other things.
Is that built into the current plan, or you're doing that, are you saying that as a for instance?
It's a possibility. It's not, the plan is not describing that need to that level of specificity. But if you're in the midst of construction and you see that fugitive dust emissions is a concern, then you have to.
So it can be done as a kind of thing you have done
Yeah.
when it's required kind
Yeah.
of thing, but it's not currently part of the current
It's
plan
not
that we've.
part of the initial protection measures.
I can appreciate that. All right, so then my next question then would be, so you reviewed all the reports and data previous to when you came to the site. Then you ran around and did your borings and things where there were clear indications of possibilities for contaminants. Then you write your report, you make your recommendations in terms of mitigating harm to the construction workers. Is there any element of your report, no, I don't want to say it like that. Does your report take into account, actually you've answered that, it doesn't at this point, but it can. I guess the concern I would have is, particularly when we're talking about daylighting a stream and protecting workers, that somehow magically daylighting the stream doesn't have to worry about the particulates in the air going into the stream and being carried into the Bushco. Am I thinking about this too simply? I don't think so. I'm a pretty bright guy. My parents called me son. But, you know, how hard can it be to, is that a consideration?
So it's a matter of, and again, I want to step back. My role in the relocated stream was pretty high level and not that detailed. It was basically as a concept, this is what we're doing, right? And it's more the engineers and civil design people who were telling me what they were doing. And the way I viewed it was the existing stream, call it Springbrook, tributary, whatever it is, has a big portion of it that's underground that has sediments that we haven't accessed or sampled that could have contamination, and water's flowing through it.
I thought you would sample, I'm sorry,
I didn't sample the underneath where the piped portion of it is. I sampled at either ends of it where we could get to it. We didn't sample the portion of Springbrook that's piped underground.
Oh, I see.
So I'm just bringing it up as an example. The way I viewed the stream relocation is if we can remove potential contamination.
Don't get violent.
Remove potential contamination that's potentially associated with the historical Springbrook, including the portion that's piped, and get rid of that material, dispose of it, do whatever we need to do with it. And then we're going to create a new stream in a clean space on the property. That has to be an improvement to me. That's the level, that's the highest level I got to on that subject. I wasn't involved in the design. I wasn't involved in any other aspect of it, other than it made sense.
Carl, but you, Carl, I'm sorry, Jeff, you tested the water there, didn't you?
Not in the piped portion of the brook, but on both ends, yes.
But on both ends, right.
And Bushkill Creek.
And what did you find?
Essentially that if there's any risk, it's de minimis, and it actually looks like there could be stuff flowing from upstream into Bushkill Creek that is of greater concern than what's actually in the creek adjacent to the site.
What is this, and I've read it a couple of times and I can't quite get my head around it. So I'm looking at Exhibit 20, I guess, the letter, I think you called it a comfort letter, right?
Yeah, EPA, yeah, that's the one I'm on.
Right, and it comes down, I'm in paragraph 1, 2, 3, 4. Paragraph 4 of this, that talks about my little hot button blasting, right? Can you explain?
It's at the bottom of the first page of that
On
letter.
the first page, yeah. Can you explain what that paragraph means?
The one that starts with on June 13th?
Yes.
So you're asking me specifically the sentence that says the material management plan, MMP, provide that the pre-construction grading plan includes extensive blasting of bedrock? Is that the portion?
Well, and what I'm trying to understand is, now I've read it the 5th time, I think I may be understanding it. In addition, areas where sample data shows soil contamination in the middle of the paragraph, it reads, in addition, areas where sample data shows soil contamination over EPA regional screening levels will be capped with a minimum of 2 feet of processed bedrock fill.
So said another way, the fill that's going to be derived from the bedrock material that's removed and processed
That's the clean stuff.
will be placed in areas where contamination currently exists above EPA RSLs, and it's going to be capped in at least 2 feet of that clean bedrock material. Most cases, it's more than 10 feet.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That's exactly what I wanted to understand. I don't have any other questions.
Okay. Anyone else?
I have some questions.
Ms. Wagner?
In the papers that we got today, it says, a report was completed in 2021, and it lists like a bunch more of wetland areas.
let's just specifically identify which of the ones you're referring to. This would be under tab R. I'm trying to help out so that the questions are specifically directed. So in R, and what's called the preliminary jurisdictional determination form, and your question.
Is this for this project here? Like, who is,
That letter doesn't pertain to me,
North Point? Okay,
doesn't pertain to my,
what is this
Scope.
for?
This is a jurisdictional determination by the Army Corps of Engineers with regard to the boundaries of the wetlands on the property.
So there's like, I was under the impression that there was like only one area of wetlands. This is saying that there are three areas?
This is what the Army Corps determined.
Who is North Point Development? Is that,
I have no idea. I mean, I know who North Point Development is, but I don't know how it's relevant to this.
because it says it on this paper, so I'm just trying to figure out how it belongs, if maybe this is the wrong paperwork, that's all I wanna know.
It's
Is
the
this,
paperwork that and that's just the jurisdictional determination, which confirms our determination of the boundaries. The more important document is the next one, which confirms that the work that we intend to do in the wetlands is permitted by the Pennsylvania General Permit number 6.
So since this particular area of documentation is not what Mr. Smith has testified to, we should probably reserve any questions for either a later date or even to ask staff to clarify outside the course of tonight's hearing.
This is a document issued by the federal government. I think it's an admissible document.
I'm not questioning that. Ms. Wagner asked a question. I'm trying to remove that question from this particular line of questioning of this witness while indicating that any document that we just saw tonight, has the commission members can review it, and there'll be time to ask for clarification, either through you or through staff, whatever it is. The main point is Mr. Smith isn't going to be able to answer the question about the wetlands.
He will
that's
not,
his point.
but Ms. Wagner, if you go to S, the document is from the Department of Army. It's addressed to Easton Wood. The first sentence, this letter concerns your application to discharge fill material into the waters of the United States to construct an industrial building and attendant infrastructure within an approximate 61-acre site. And then it goes on to more fully identify it. And then it says, based on the application, this office has determined that the proposed work is authorized by the Department of Army, Pennsylvania State Programmatic General Permit number 6. This is the document that you said that we did not have. So now we got that document. This is it. And you'll agree with me that this completes the package for the NPDES permit and the water obstruction.
Well, Ms. Wagner is not
my question, if the previous page says that there's like 3 sets of wetlands that need to be mitigated, this one here that we're talking about right now only refers to one, and it says that it's based on the impact location plan, and when you go to the impact location plan, it's just this without any
if I may, only because I'd like for this not to go off course of where we are as far as witnesses and cross-examination. The bottom line, I think, is with respect to that document, is that if I'm reading it correct, and was issued September 25, 2025, in all fairness to any questions that were later raised, it means it wasn't addressed prior to tonight's meeting. It's a new document, which means there was a hole in the presentation until you've presented this. And with this presentation, Ms. Wagner has some further questions as whether it's complete or not, but I don't think we need to resolve that tonight. That can be investigated a little bit further. We could ask the staff for some help to make sure that the 3 sites that are apparently identified are all covered by the Department of Army's clearance. But I really do have to make the note that in reading a lot of these documents, they post-date the May hearing. It's just in all fairness to commission members who had questions, this obviously is an ongoing process by the applicant, which is fine. It's just that I hate to see any commission members criticized for questioning whether things were missing when they were missing.
It's the one that said we were missing it, and
I object. I would like to finish with this witness.
I would like to.
I don't want to hear any more about this. Let's finish with the
Thank
witness
you.
and then move forward.
Thank you.
Well, you keep going on, so I'm just trying to get us back on track, as is
Thank you.
Mr. Shear.
Thank you.
Just to finish up, because it does kind of like follow through, there's no contours on here. There's, the riparian buffer area isn't on here.
I object. I'd like a question here to this witness about his testimony, not what's there.
What happens to the boneyard when you blast? Like what, you just showed us a
There's nothing that showed up as a concern, so there's not a concern.
I don't understand. Like if there's,
Just because it's a boneyard and they stored materials there doesn't mean that the materials caused an environmental impact. We sampled there and there was no environmental impact. So there's no concern.
there's nothing in there. So when it is blasted, it's okay for everything that's there to just go up
We
into
sampled
the air.
there, we didn't detect anything that was a concern.
I thought you just said that there you found stuff that was like forever chemicals and stuff like that.
Objection asked and answered.
Well, I'm not. I can't follow whether that was asked or answered. You could just ask the question. You asked the question very specifically on if Mr. Smith had indicated something that seems to be inconsistent.
It's not what I recall. So I can if blasting doesn't affect anything, then that answers my questions. The drawing that you showed up there, so it doesn't even affect that it's like what was approved versus like your presentation up there shows it from, it's not the most current. Is your approval based on that layout, or does it need to be updated for?
Can you refer to a specific figure so I know what that layout is that you're referring to and what you're claiming isn't current? I'm not sure what you mean by that.
I think her question regards in the cut and fill area map that you had shown. You referenced the rectangle that was there. And the question is that rectangle relatively current to the current plan?
It's relatively current. I can't swear today that it's exactly the footprint of the current plan. It might be slightly rotated, but I can tell you that has no consequence to the approach to the cleanup, so it really doesn't matter.
Any other questions from the commission members?
I just have one more question. Like, what if, like, the deed restrictions that you were talking about requires changes that are different than what are shown on the plans right now?
I'm going to object to that question because I don't understand it.
If I understand the process correctly, what will happen is, as part of the approval process, there are restrictions through covenants usually that you would have to put on record in order to be in compliance and get your final permit.
There's a Pennsylvania Environmental Covenants Act that requires that the institutional
Mhm.
controls.
But I can try to
So-
answer
so-
your
so-
question, because I think I know where you were going. So let's say we have a cleanup plan that says today what those restrictions should be. Then we build the site and something, I'm totally speculating, can't even imagine today what that could be. Some condition reveals itself that requires additional deed restriction. Is that what you're asking?
Not necessarily. I mean, I would, just if something came up with like, being able to put gas mains underground or anything like that, that would require,
I don't foresee any of that being a problem, because we're gonna have, in some places, in excess of 100 feet of new fill placed on the site. So I don't really see I can't foresee what a relevant additional deed restriction could be or might be required for the utilities, for instance.
And when we use the term deed restrictions, it's not so much where the seller puts restrictions in the deed. It's covenants that you record as an independent document.
A deed restriction is part of a covenant, typically.
Okay, I usually would just call it covenants and restrictions being recorded as a separate indenture. Maybe maybe I have to pull out that old term.
Joe, well, there's a Pennsylvania Act that specifically deals with this and requires it, tells you what you have to record. And we will have to comply with that.
You can speak in the mic.
Yeah, the comment was just made that the applicant will have to comply with the laws that require these covenants to be recorded.
Anything further?
that's all.
Okay. Any questions down here? Any others?
So if we complete that, now the opportunity, unless you want to take a break, would be for the objectors, if they have any questions. We didn't have any from Mr. Haas, but if there are any from Mr. Smith, I would ask in a twofold way. A, is there anyone who does want to enter an appearance formally and ask those questions for the group? Okay, so that with the A, and you don't have to take an oath or anything. By the way, this is a point, I don't know if you call it personal privilege, but I really do want to thank, before I forget, because I get too tired, I want to thank Chief Carl Scalzo for coming out tonight and providing a level of public safety that I'm always concerned about. Because it is really a voluntary act, I think. So I really do want to thank you, Chief Scalzo, because I feel a lot more comfortable being in this room with you here. Not that I'm worried about any of you people here going after me. It's just, you know how things are today.
Worried about the people up here, right?
Yeah, I'm worried. That's right. I'm worried about Mr. Shipman. But with that, would you come up? It's going to be a little bit tricky here, and let me ask the chair, do you want to have a break if we could introduce him, and do you want to take a 5-minute break?
Yeah, let's take a 5-minute break.
Okay, so we'll do it right afterwards, but what I'm going to suggest, Carl, if you don't mind, so that if you're going to ask questions, and we have a microphone there, it may be best that you sit back, and we'll let Mr. Harding take that seat, but for now, we're going to recess till 9:05.
Sure.
Thank you.
If we don't get through it, exactly. And if not,
the other gentlemen sitting here. One of those guys. They're in charge. Oh, back in the room. Right there, gentleman with the beard up against the wall talking. Yeah, he probably would know.
Oh, my goodness.
Everything that happens, like, it just gets up. That's the thing that happened the day before that was crazy, just isn't crazy.
Oh, no doubt about it. Oh, I'm sorry. No doubt about it.
I don't know that they have copies. You can ask.
Of what?
Let me check with Joel. Yep.
Do you mind asking for us?
Not at all.
How are you?
Good, how are you?
It dawned on me. I was sitting there looking at you. It eventually dawned on me who you are. How you doing? Good. How old are your kids now?
One graduated college.
Wow.
College, two are in high school.
Good for you. That's why you're here.
Yes. Otherwise,
Yeah, oh my God, hundreds and hundreds of depositions, trials, kinds of stuff. Yeah, a long time. Long time. That's right, it's right here.
How long are we gonna do this?
So he gets finished with his questions, and then we'll have, I think the next witness is gonna be the traffic engineer. And I suspect it's the sound guy.
We're gonna try and go left.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know how long it's gonna take. I don't know how many questions. I don't know how many times people are gonna ask irrelevant questions and have him forced to give irrelevant answers. Let's just stay on task and get done. I think your thing,
How you doing?
I'm
I'm doing.
Says that there's,
Antonio down the shore most of the time? Antonio here getting the shore most of the time?
Well,
I got so much to tell you.
we kind of, she spends more time
Yeah,
than
well,
I
that's
do,
the only way
there,
around
but we try to go back and forth together.
Okay.
She's there right now,
That's the
but
opportunity.
I don't need any.
she's coming back in the morning. She had to go down tonight for her special meeting.
Any,
In a lot of cases, they
any influx from a storm?
Maybe,
Had
I
any problem?
suspect
Uh,
I suspect most of
As
this.
for
But I know.
I know LBI did. LBI
Well,
got
but it was
whacked
in
pretty good.
response to.
those, everything, the first,
They did.
fourth summer we were there, we had a hurricane. I went down and looked at the geodetics. Looks to me like when it comes up the
No,
coast,
they went through that.
everything is like pretty much, the islands are always in trouble. Sorry, you know, islands. Those islands are always in trouble. Then it comes up.
Joel, I got, 904. No, I got 9.
Asbury, Asbury's got
Okay.
just a little
Big.
Right. But in,
City
but in
was
the
doing
end,
bad.
they're
So it never pushed out.
And that's actually one of the
And
questions.
there's no harbor.
Yeah.
Big
public is pointing
Okay.
out.
So we've never got
Your plot things out.
Okay.
I think they have the right
Sandy
to go back
wiped
and say,
people
well,
out
Yeah.
below us.
here's a letter from them that addresses your concern.
You know, all along the boardwalk below Asbury. Never been
Am I allowed to get my copy? I wrote on it.
Problem.
But these are just the questions that I
But
asked.
the
Joel,
insurance down
we're all
there
back.
resolved.
And it's 5 after.
A lot of people left holding the bag.
Well, I don't hear any.
I'll give it to somebody.
We have.
All right, we're ready to resume once everybody else gets themselves, including our stenographer. And we're gonna begin with, we'll begin with a little bit of the formality, but Mr. Harding is first getting himself signed in officially with the stenographer, which is all that you need here to be official. If the stenographer gives you certification, you're okay, but could you please formally introduce yourself with your name and the address you prefer to use, and just indicate whether you're attorney practicing in Pennsylvania, that licensed in Pennsylvania. That's sufficient, and who your clients are.
Hello, everyone. My name is Cody Harding. I live at 410 North 10th Street, Easton, Pennsylvania. I represent two parties. One is a resident with an address of 14 Bushkill Drive. Their name is Tim Haas. The other is the Stopwood Avenue Warehouse Coalition. Official name is Stone Root LLC. The rest is a DBA. I am licensed in New York and Pennsylvania. I'm trying to remember the other questions you just asked.
Well, the only thing that probably could use some clarification, I don't know if Mr. Kaplan cares about, but just so to be clear about standing, who is the Stonewood?
It's the official LLC of the Stopwood Warehouse.
Stopwood Warehouse, but
Yeah.
what does that consist of? What is that?
That consists of a community organization of, I think at this point, more than, I couldn't tell you the exact number, but we're in the hundreds of members.
And the membership, as far as
Easton
residents of
and
East-
Wilson residents opposed to this project.
Okay.
I have a different question. Your client individually named, where do they live in relationship to this property?
They are the closest residential boundary on the north side of the site. Their property is directly adjacent. Yeah, I mean, some of this was addressed at the zoning meeting, so I'm a little confused, but I'm trying.
Well, this
I'm
is
trying to
sep-
go.
Yeah, this, Mr. Hart, this is totally separate record. Whatever is going on before the zoning hearing board actually has nothing to do with this proceeding, except for the ultimate issue of whether everything's been met, including the special exception. Yeah.
Can I just say I'm not objecting to Mr. Harding on standing basis?
Okay, very good.
We can
Then
get going.
then we can proceed with questions, and again, I will just caution, the questions should be focused on the actual testimony by Mr. Smith tonight.
I will ask those questions, but before that, I feel that there's one or two formalities I would just like to present,
Okay.
since this has now evolved into a formal hearing.
I'm
One is
gonna-
that there
I'm
are,
gonna object
I
to
want-
this cross-examination.
I'd like to hear what it is, because Mr. Smith has just introduced himself, and I think it's appropriate to make sure we understand whatever it is that you're presenting tonight. Harding, Mr. Harding, I'm sorry.
I simply
tell
want
you, we made up that last name anyway, so,
Call me anything you want.
yeah, we gotta get plugged in.
Make it up as you go.
And I'll, if this is totally out of bounds, I'll respond accordingly, but I want to hear what the request is.
so I simply wanted to make, oh, sorry.
Oh.
I know your job is hard. Sorry.
Green light, red light.
I simply wanted to make the planning commission, the public, the applicant aware that there are at least two other attorneys who have entered their appearance for individuals. It was only a lack of notice that this had become a formal hearing that they had to appear, present standing.
Yeah, I can't, I'm telling you, I can't accept that, because this hearing was scheduled back in September. We knew it was going to be October 15, and anyone could have written to me and said, I just want you to know that I'm going to be representing ABC.
But
And
the
they're not here.
opportunity-
But the point is, if they want to come to the next hearing and they want to introduce themselves, we're not going to shut them out.
I mean, this idea that we can cross-examine the witnesses and that this has taken on a formal hearing in the form of a zoning hearing is a bit of a surprise, and I would say an evolution at best from this initial May 7th meeting. So do
Well,
what you want with it.
no, no,
I would
but-
take issue that the other attorneys did not have the opportunity to be here because they didn't understand that this was now a formal hearing.
Well, yeah, I don't know how that possibly could be after September, with all due respect, because I was almost begging that if you're gonna have, that you had that opportunity for legal counsel. But that aside, it doesn't make, you're here.
Okay.
If there are other attorneys, especially, if they have an appearance for the zoning hearing, but it's fine, but no one else has contacted me, and until this afternoon, I did not know that you were formally going to take that extra step to say, I am here representing A and B. So, do you have any other?
Yeah, the other is that under the Easton City Code, 595-40 subsection H, stay of proceedings, this whole proceeding should be stayed pending resolution of the special exception application currently before zoning. I know, it's clear as day to me if you read the text of the subsection, yet here we are. And simply now that this has a formality to it, it's important to be under the record. And I would appreciate if you don't make comments under your breath. I've sat through 12 hours of listening to you talk.
You know what, I tell you,
need your rudeness.
excuse me, this is the last thing we need. You know, we were actually doing, I thought we were doing really well for 2 hours. And I didn't necessarily appreciate some of the things that happened at the last hearing, but so far things have been actually pretty tame. And we don't need to have a show between attorneys. For the commission members, they want to hear your questions, see what answers are solicited from that, so the record can continue to be made, and the commission is going to, at some point or other, vote. I will take your comment about 595-40H under advisement, because, you know, this is the applicant's procedure, and if the commission could vote to deny this because a special exception has not been granted, that's at their risk.
Okay,
But wait a minute. I asked you that specific question weeks ago, and you said to me that this commission acts on subdivision or land development applications subject to getting zoning approval.
Well, I never said that. I never would have said that. The commission will have a choice of whether to act with conditions or without conditions. I would never have said anything like that. Our review is of all the standards under SALDO, one of which is that you have proper zoning. And I understand it's not for the commission to make that decision. It's going to be for the zoning hearing board to make that decision. And if you wanted to stay until that's resolved, that would be fine.
What I would really like is Mr. Harding to get on with his questions.
all right, and with that, I'm prepared to proceed.
Okay, please.
So, Mr. Smith, are you aware of the Franklin Formation? Is that a term you've heard of?
Yes,
Could you explain to us what the Franklin Formation is?
Franklin Formation is one of the geologic formations that underlie the site.
Okay, so it is part of the site. I just want to clarify.
Yeah.
And do you know which portion of the site it encompasses?
Mostly the southern portion of the site. The upper steep slope hillside is more of a gneissic formation, which is gneiss, GNEISSIC.
And when did you create this map here, this model? Do you know the date or approximately?
I didn't create the model. The model, if you want to call it that, the colored shading, which is the cut and fill analysis, was provided to us by Bogia Engineering. There's been a couple different versions of this because there's been a couple different building layouts. I don't have the specific date of this drawing at my fingertips. I don't know off the top of my head this drawing.
So is it safe to say the plan has changed since this was created?
I didn't say that.
Has the plan changed since this
I
was
didn't say
created?
that. I said I don't know. And if
Does this
if it did
accurately
change-
represent the location and footprint of the warehouse as presented to planning for their vote?
I think somebody asked me that question earlier and I answered it, and I think you asked me the question at the zoning hearing and I answered it, so I'll answer it again. I don't know if this rectangular shape is the exact current location of the building. It may have slightly shifted, but for what I'm here to testify on, which is the cleanup
Well,
plan.
then, I think we should get the,
It doesn't matter, is what I
I
said.
think we should get the answer, and so I'd ask the applicant to present the maps submitted, the formal maps submitted to Planning Commission, so we can compare.
This is cross-examination. Don't ask me to do something.
Okay, then I would ask,
Cross-examine the witness.
then I would ask the Planning Commission to look at the maps submitted to them.
You're out of order. Could you direct Mr. Harding to limit himself to cross-examination?
Well, the cross-examination has to be within the area of the testimony of Mr. Smith. I would imagine that if his testimony is inconsistent with whatever the map is on record for the plan, the best thing would be to present that in your case and show that there's an inconsistency here.
As we will.
Okay.
Just wanted to confirm that the expert cannot confirm that this is an accurate location or representation of the current footprint.
Objection to the speech making.
I'll move on. I'll leave the
Please.
speech making to you.
Again, I'm going to ask you, please, let's just ask the questions, get the answers, and try to keep this process going until the chair tells me it's
I have-
okay to go to sleep.
Just a few more questions.
Thank you.
Mr. Smith, are you aware of any naturally occurring uranium or asbestiform minerals on the site?
No.
Have you done any, I think you answered this, so I apologize for the redundancy. I just want to clarify. Have you done any sampling of the bedrock of the site?
No.
If there was any uranium or asbestiform on site, is it possible that it would be in the bedrock?
It's possible, but it's not an environmental condition that would be subject to what I'm here to testify about. It's a natural condition.
All right, no further questions. Thank you.
Okay, that, I believe, unless there was anything that was brought up in the cross-examination that the commission would have something to ask about, then, and I don't think there was very much there, then you could be excused, Mr. Smith.
Hold on.
No, hold on. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. To the extent that someone is not part of the coalition, because Mr. Harding has represented that he represents the coalition. So if there's anybody else here who wants to ask a question of me to determine whether it's appropriate to pass on to Mr. Smith, please let me know. I'm saying if you're a member of the if you're a member of the coalition, because counsel is representing you, it wouldn't be appropriate for the client to ask their own questions. Okay, then let's do this in the interest. Is there anybody else here who's going to be raising their hand? Because this way we'll know where we are. And you're also independent and.
My counsel is not present.
Oh, okay, that's fine. That's fine. If your counsel's not present, then you're not represented tonight, and there's no one else of record before the planning commission. So you please come forward and. Unfortunately, because we're making a record and we don't have, sufficient microphones everywhere, I think it'll be easier if you just join Mr. Smith where his microphone is, ask the question of me, you get nice and close. And
I would ask that the person go.
also
that
sit
seat.
down at the seat, okay.
At the seat.
Could you please come and sit down here? Oh,
Don't
run away. I'm
wait
giving
a second.
you.
Wait a second, Mr. Shear. To the to the questions that I think you're going to ask, if you are not asking questions of Mr. Smith and they are more general, we have a period at the end where you can ask those questions. We need to proceed with the part of the hearing right now. Yes, that's part of our normal procedure. It's at the end of the evening.
Wait, did you have questions about, from Mr. Smith? That's what I
No,
thought.
that's not what I heard. Sorry, that's not what I heard you say.
No,
Yeah, no, I was listening to what you said, and
No,
I didn't hear Mr. Smith's name. So please,
yeah,
come on up.
please take the seat and we'll try to address that. So first you have to identify your name.
Ask for some.
You have to ask your name and
I
address
know,
first.
I know. Carol Inman. Sorry. Right. Right.
Excuse me? Yeah, that's right. That got to be sworn in now. Oh, no, she's not testifying. I'm sorry. She's not testifying. She's only asking questions. And that's why, Carol, you could ask me what you wanted to ask.
Joel, this is very intimidating.
Okay, I understand.
Okay, and I'm going to say that I think that it's really unfair to ask a resident to follow this along, okay? So let me say that I've been here for 3 hours, and it's late for me. I was not provided with a copy of the new material that Mr. Kaplan brought to the meeting. So it's very hard for a resident, right, to follow along, okay? And the idea, this is an environmental protection issue, right? And of course, the residents are very concerned about that. You know, I mean, there's a whole list of environmental concerns.
Objection. This is
Of course.
cross-examination. not-
No, it's not. No,
excuse
it's
me.
not.
I just, as far as, I don't know exactly what we can do beyond the fact that at least the applicant, since the first meeting several meetings ago where we didn't have presentations, everything is being presented. This is the best we're going to do.
Could I have a copy of one of the books, please?
The books are all going to be placed online,
No, could I have a copy of the book in front of me now while I'm asking questions?
and you have specific questions.
Yes.
You have my book.
Thank you.
Oh, no, you have, we got,
Okay. Ken, go into my purse, and Clara, go into my purse and get my glasses, please. I need to know the page of the maps. Okay, so I'm going to object that the residents are not being provided with sufficient information to keep up with the arguments as you go along, okay? And if we could rectify that in some way in the future, I think that would be helpful to having the residents feel less concerned.
well, this is where, when there is legal counsel involved, and this is a problem you have anywhere you go, in any township, anytime you're having a hearing like this, residents can listen, but unless they've had the time to be a party to it, the applicant can't go ahead of time and give every resident what may be presented, because they have a right to decide what's going to be presented. To the extent it could get presented early, like the plans and everything that's uploaded online, then there's an opportunity to review. But there's no way to do this perfectly. Now that Mr. Harding has entered an appearance, he could communicate directly to Mr. Kaplan. He could ask Mr. Kaplan to provide copies of exhibits, and that's the way things generally do work.
Joel,
Okay,
at the end of last meeting, we were asked to put everything online.
And you did.
That whole book online.
But is this dealing with the new stuff, or you're dealing with the old stuff?
How am I supposed to know that?
Well, I don't know. You would have to have gone online to look at the old material. I can't tell you anything else.
Yes, I'm just,
Can I try and help out here a little bit?
Yes.
Carol,
Yeah.
you're asking in
Hubert,
turn,
thank you.
yeah, you're asking about the maps that were presented.
Yeah, I'm asking about the maps. I'm wondering, I
They've been
have
online.
some, excuse me, Mr. Kaplan, if you could
You're
give the
just here
residents
doing
just a
another,
little bit room to talk.
No,
Because
no.
all we do is listen to you.
Yeah, and all you're here
just
doing
let
is
that-
filibustering and trying to.
Oh,
no,
right.
no,
I don't even
this-
know what
you know,
filibuster means. So
Hang on.
I'm just a resident.
Okay.
Who's got some scientific background.
Well, ask your question already.
I was.
Wait,
sitting there.
excuse me, we're not cross-examining.
He's provocative,
You know what,
and it's
we-
9:30.
We can't, I appreciate your desire to speak. There was counsel here. I mean, I really wish you would somehow would have been able to work with it, but if you have a question, please ask it directly. If you don't have a question, you're not prepared, I'm
Okay.
sorry that the procedure is the way it is, that it's not as good as perfect as it could be, but it's the only practical way we can proceed.
Okay, my purpose, before I was interrupted, in stating what my problems with the preparation to residents in terms of speaking was so that I really don't have all the information that I need for a list of questions. However, I do have some preliminary ones.
Okay, if you have some preliminary ones, I want you to know that every lawyer who's in a case in court, if they haven't done a lot of discovery ahead of time, are in the same boat. They take notes and they do the best they can, but they're trained for that. So I understand.
Right, they're trained and they're paid.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay,
I'm
so,
a
so
volunteer.
if I may, please, please present the questions to the
Okay.
board and we will see.
All right, and what I'm asking for you is a little help in dealing with Mr. Kaplan because he. tends to
Excuse me,
interrupt
don't,
people.
please, let's not even use the name Mr. Kaplan right now. This is your world now. Mr. Kaplan doesn't even exist unless there's an
Okay.
objection.
All right.
And let's hear the question so that I can,
Okay.
ask
So-
Mr. Smith.
After 3 hours,
Yes,
without being given the opportunity to review the materials in depth, all right, I have these preliminary questions. This is an environmental protection investigation, correct?
Wait, is that, what is I can't ask Mr. Smith, is this environmental protection investigation, because this is not. Mr. Smith testified that he conducted an environmental protection
That's what I meant.
investigation.
Yeah,
So what's the question concerning his investigation
okay,
that you would have of him?
okay. Is it possible for me to move to table this procedure from moving forward until I've had an opportunity to A, rest, and B, review the materials in the depth that I would like to?
Well, I would suggest this. You will have an opportunity, as will any objector, within the confines of the presentation of the applicant, to make your own presentation. So to the extent that you don't need to cross-examine Mr. Smith because you have evidence or information that would be pertinent to the commission, you will have that opportunity to do so at the next, whenever we reconvene, because we are not going to be, I mean, who knows, maybe we can get finished with your direct case and then be able to move on in November. So that means you'll have time to look at this material, because
Okay.
it'll be posted.
All right, I would like to ask my questions now.
Oh.
The questions that I have so far,
Okay,
I would like to ask them.
okay.
Okay, so, and I am asking you for some indulgence, don't like hold me to the letter of the law because I'm not a professional.
I understand.
it's-
You go ahead.
You're past my.
The rules here are not as formal as they are at other proceedings, so
Okay.
please.
So what I was doing was trying to say that this was, the study that you conducted, don't look at them, I'm sorry, was an environmental protection investigation. And the target, and this is what I want to get to, the target, this is one of the points, the target, who are we protecting?
Well, that's not a,
No, it is.
that's a
it is,
comment. No, I am going to rule that is a comment. It's not a question as far as who are you protecting. That's basically an argument. Here's a question.
Okay,
This,
I'm
this,
trying
this,
to
investigate,
clarify, Joel,
this investigation was done on whose behalf?
there,
The client. The client is the applicant developer.
right,
And the investigation is eventually reported to regulatory agencies?
okay.
Okay.
And based on your presentation, your testimony, your main concern is to protect the construction worker, correct?
No, that's not correct.
Okay, you heard the question, you can answer it.
He answered it.
Yeah,
He said it's not correct.
that's right. He said
Okay, is it the residents who immediately surround the area? Like, are you thinking about them?
The fundamental duty that I have is to protect human health and the environment, period. Whether you're a worker, a resident, whatever, protect
Okay.
human health and the environment.
So when you were talking about, like, who are we, going to make recommendations? So when the construction actually happens, we're going to ask our construction workers to wear a mask, right? You said that. Okay, but you didn't talk about protecting anybody else around it.
Well, yeah, that's not a question again. You can raise, if there's something deficient in the study that was done, and there's evidence to show that will be can be part of your presentation. The presentation.
Planning Commission is, your job is not just to protect the construction worker. Your job is to protect
see, you're making
school
you're-
children.
With all due respect, with all due respect, you're making an argument now, and that's not how this procedure is working. The presentation made shows you the scope of the environmental work performed by this particular expert, period. It speaks for itself. The conclusions that would be reached by the commission members, they're all intelligent enough to understand where it is, what the scope is, and exactly what Mr. Smith testified to. So if it was not broad enough for some reason, and it could be shown that there's something wrong with this because the study should have gone further, that's going to be something that you have to present on your side of the case. There is nothing else for Mr. Smith to answer there. And I'm just trying to move this thing along.
There's supposed to be a pedestrian trail that runs through this property that connects the KSAT trail.
Well, I'll ask a question then. Mr. Smith, in doing your study, were you aware that there are going to be amenities for civilians to be walking through there, such on a pedestrian trail?
Not specifically. It may have been mentioned once, but no.
So it
has your study extended to any pedestrians who would be walking in that vicinity in general? What the environmental impact is?
I can answer that now.
Yes.
So if you're going to take all of this cut and fill, this material that you're going to cut that's clean, and you're going to place it in an area that's not clean, and it's going to be at least 10 feet, some places 100 feet thick of clean material, and you put a trail across that clean material, it's isolated from any impacts of contamination that exist beneath it, and it's not a risk to anybody using that trail.
Okay, so are you aware that people swim in the Bushkill Creek immediately adjacent to the property?
Well, the question would be, would there be any impact, any adverse environmental impact for people who would be swimming in the Bushkill Creek?
Right, I like that.
If the entire plan presented is followed through with.
I testified tonight, and our report goes into it in great detail, and it was reviewed and approved by EPA and Pennsylvania
That's not the question.
No, the question, he's answering the question. I got to get the answer.
The answer is there is no risk to human health or ecological environment related to Bushkill Creek.
Okay, so how many cores, can we go back to the map where you did the cores? Is that what this is? The sampling cores? Where you took samples like of the water and of the soil and of the bedrock and that kind of thing? Can we see that map again?
What's the question?
I'm getting there. Give me a break.
She asked for a map as phase one of a question, so.
Okay, all right. So how many so all these green areas are areas of concern. That's what I heard you say. So I'm just trying to keep up. So you sampled, I'm seeing one sampling core per green area. Is that correct?
I wouldn't say it's consistently, but many cases, that's the case. with
Okay, so
relatives
like that boneyard, which is the biggest one, and the way that you characterize, I heard you say, and I'm just going to check to make sure that I heard you correctly. Okay, that's where they threw stuff away, storage of weird
Yeah,
stuff, and
But by stuff, it
Yeah,
doesn't,
that's-
it doesn't mean chemicals and waste products. It could mean scrap metal, machinery,
okay. Do you
old
know
parts.
for sure what's in there?
I haven't lived since 1876, so no, I don't know with 100%
Right, and you
certainty.
conducted one sample in that boneyard area.
Because we look at historical aerial photos, we look at a lot of information to come up with what we think is appropriate.
Okay.
It's not just a dot on a green circle on a map. There's a lot of information that goes behind that.
Okay, I would say that that's insufficient.
But you see, you're making a conclusion now. That's an argument to be, that's.
But you know that when a resident
I
comes up,
do
they're
not-
not going
first-
to have
first-
expert
Okay,
background.
I don't know if it's, I mean, when you talk about insufficient, I don't know that anybody here knows it's insufficient. We have regulatory bodies who ultimately make those determinations. So we can't just say, well, that we throw that information out. You could set the foundation, which you did, by asking the question about how many borings when it comes time for your presentation. If you have an expert who says that's not sufficient, that's evidence that the commission could listen to. If the applicant says, well, that's not, what the DEP says is what should be predominant, that's going to be part of their argument. They're all going to be part of the considerations we have at the end. But I would ask, unless you have something specific to put into the record, comments and conclusions are not appropriate at this moment in time. And you know, out of respect for everybody else's time and the fact that I too want to go to bed one time, I'd like to. There's one other person who raised their hand, and if there's something specific question that we asked, I'd like to give that person the opportunity.
Okay, so I'd like to understand your procedure. So the point at which.
Objection, this is not a time to get educated on the procedure. This is
Oh, wait,
time for
okay,
cross-examination.
you know what, it's gonna be faster for me to say the procedure. The procedure is that I've gone through this at the beginning of the last meeting, I'll do it again. The procedure is the applicant was given permission to make a rebuttal, which we now know is a little broader maybe than a rebuttal, only because we can't really define what happened in May for all those hours when we didn't have a record, I mean, when we didn't have a transcribed record. So that and this is true, by the way, of what the opposition just sort of dumped, it was never formally produced, so that the applicant is going through their entire presentation, they've presented these books to show, to go through steps A, B, and C, whenever the dates were that they've checked off all the boxes that they have to do for an application. They have witnesses, we're giving the opportunity for cross-examination, of course, for the commission members to ask questions. And then when that's done, the people who are opponents, preferably if there's an attorney who could present this case and you could talk to them and you give them all the information, we'll do it in a legally relevant fashion for the commission to be educated and to be aware of whether there are deficiencies, and then the commission will deliberate and they will vote on the application.
I am unaware that a resident needs legal representation nor an expert by themselves to ensure that the planning commission is protecting
Okay,
their health
you know what?
and safety.
Everybody had an opportunity to speak in May. We technically closed the hearing at that time. So now that we're back here, you have an opportunity to speak and present your case after this case is done, within the confines of what's been presented.
What do you mean after the case is done? I'm sorry.
After the applicant finishes their rebuttal, the opponents will have an opportunity to present evidence within the confines. We're not starting over again.
Okay,
Within the confines of what's been introduced since September. It's not, that's it. This is an evidentiary hearing to get a record here that they're going to vote on. And at this point in time,
okay.
I'm going to ask that your comments are concluded. The questions you have are there, and the gentleman in the white I can't even tell what color shirt it is.
Yeah.
Would you want to come up and take the seat and ask your question?
I'd like to summarize my conclusions.
There's no, this is not the opportunity to do that. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, because you know what, you summarize your conclusions. Everybody else here come up and that's not fair to the applicants, not fair to the commission members.
So
You have
when
a right
do
to
we
do
do
that
that?
at a
I'm just
later,
asking you
you have a right to do that at a later time when the applicants are finished, but that should be in the form of comments dealing directly and limited to what has been presented by the members. Nothing new, just things that are within the confines of what's
I
been
thought
presented
that's
in
what
rebuttal.
I was doing.
Well, not tonight, then. No, it's not tonight, I'm serious.
After
They have
11
other witnesses here, they have other witnesses here that we'd like to get in on the record so we can keep moving on.
Okay, I'm disappointed in your response.
Well, that's,
Okay, which is fine, Joel, I still like you. Okay, you know,
Can we have her removed, please, so we can?
you know, you can't say removed. I asked her to be over, and I'm just asking her to be over. Don't be disappointed. I'm sorry if you're
I'm gonna
disappointed.
is it okay if I call you and ask?
No,
No?
no. No, I want you to understand, I advise the commission members, and
Okay.
that's my role. The commission members sit here as an independent, unbiased members of our community who listens to this evidence and listens to what everybody has to say in a process. And that's all I'm trying to do here. I'm not trying to be difficult with you. I'm trying to keep us on track.
I understand, but what I'm saying is that, you know, the process is the applicant comes forward and we have a session. And then the residents get to come forward and say things.
That's right. And you did that in May, and then.
I did not do that.
Well, if you didn't do that, it's not, that's not anyone's fault. That's when it was on the agenda, and the applicant had, because there was postponements because there was time that things needed to get resolved, but the applicant asked for an opportunity to rebut the many hours of information, and by due process, they had every right to do so, and that's why we're here tonight. And with that, with all due respect, I would ask you to return to the peanut gallery and let the other individual have an opportunity to
I would
to
say,
speak.
yeah, I don't feel respected.
I respect you tremendously, but
Yeah.
but I respect the process, and this is the process.
Well, I'm trying to understand, when is
I
this
can't,
supposed to be?
This is such
when
a game.
you know what?
What? Well, she
Well,
won't leave after he tells her 10
Wait,
seconds.
Mr. Kaplan,
I
please.
stood up. What do
Please,
you want?
let's please stop this cross conversation. The poor chief had to get out of his chair. That's not right.
Okay, in
Tha-
deference
tha-
to
thank-
you,
thank you.
as well as the chief,
I really think the commission members want to hear the other witnesses that are here tonight.
okay.
Did you have something specific and pertinent question? Thank you. And I just ask you to please identify your name and address.
My name is testing with the microphone. Okay. My name is Charles Pax, P-A-X. I live at 672. Okay. Oh, I'm Charles Pax. I live at 672 Wolf Avenue. And
I'm glad you didn't say Paxinose Avenue, but
no, but yeah, that's the next step. We'll go
Okay.
there. So, could you go to where you have the colored cut fill diagram, please? Yeah, any of them I think would be fine. So, anywhere that it's like a red, orange, yellow color, that's where material is being cut from.
Correct.
Okay. So within that area, has there been any evidence of any contamination?
Potentially up in the upper right northeastern corner, I think there was a sample there that had an exceedance that is probably just going to be a couple excavation digs to cut and remove it and dispose of it, but otherwise, no.
Okay, so other than that, there's no indication of
Yep.
contamination. And how many sample sites are in that overall area? Ballpark?
The entire map?
Oh, no, in the material that
In
would be
the
cut.
cut areas. A handful. I mean, there wasn't,
Okay.
again, telling the story of how we got here, we looked at a historical record of a lot of information. That was the basis for where we did look and where we didn't look.
Right. Okay, and I think, was it the only area of concern in that area was we were calling the boneyard?
No, there
Or-
were some historical storage tanks in some of those areas that were previously investigated and closed by others. There were other features, not
Okay.
just the boneyard.
And those are areas that you tested for contamination?
We or others before us. Yep.
Okay. All right, that's it. That's all my questions.
Thank you. I had asked before, I took the two people, and we're gonna move on, with all due respect. There is time to, the most effective way is when you have an opportunity to present a case with actual evidence. And I would note, Carol, that even at the next session, when it is the opportunity for the opponents, it's not going to be for conclusions. It's going to be for introduction of evidence that would be material, where the commission would consider, was there something in the saldo that wasn't checked off properly? And that's what we're going to be. That's what the commission members are going to be most interested in hearing from, or the inconsistencies in the evidence that was presented to us that that the commission should be giving consideration to. So that's where we're going to go from there. Now, did you have, Mr. Kaplan? I know you were going to have your sound emissions expert. Is he here tonight?
He is here.
And
did you have any other
Oh, I'm
experts?
sorry. I have a follow-up question I wanted to ask Mr. Smith.
Okay, well, anything you want.
I'd like to put my witness on.
Yeah, no, one follow-up question. I think we can give the commission member that courtesy.
I forget who asked it. There was a question about asbestos or uranium contaminants in the bedrock. And you said that if there were, it would not be an issue.
They're not contaminants. If they are there, they're naturally occurring deposits, minerals.
I guess where I'm trying to understand is if there are naturally occurring, oh boy, if there are naturally occurring elements in the bedrock that are hazardous, would that preclude us calling that fill clean?
First of all, we're speculating about them even being present, which is total speculation.
But if you want to speculate about them being present and they were found, and
I'm asking it
and they
from
would be
on an informational basis. I'm
and
not
they would be
speculating that anything
exposed
anywhere.
to create a risk to the environment because we expose them, then they would have to be dealt with. But
And that's one of the things you talked about as a, I forget the term you.
well,
used,
I
but as-
never contemplated the speculation of uranium and asbestos being part of that, because, as I said, if they are, they're natural conditions. They're not environmental cleanup issues, which is what I'm here testifying about.
No, I can appreciate that. But I was just trying to get my head around, and this, actually, I think you mentioned this when you talked about there could be some elements during construction that would need to have attention paid to them, at which point then you would be called in to help figure that out. Am I
Yeah.
correct on that?
Yeah, but I would say natural mineralogical deposits of uranium and or asbestos containing materials is a different animal because it's natural. It's not an environmental contaminant condition that was the result of a release or things that went on at the property. So I'm not saying that they wouldn't necessarily have to be dealt with. They wouldn't be dealt with necessarily in the context of an environmental cleanup. They would if
How would they be dealt with then?
because there's laws and regulations related to asbestos and uranium. So different agency, different forum, different regulation.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. You could be dismissed, or He'll hang around anyway, I'm sure. But your next witness,
Yes, Ben Mueller.
Sure. Benjamin Mueller, Mueller.
Give us- Go ahead.
I'm a principal. Oh, sure. I could do that first. I do.
Tell us your business address.
Sure. I'm principal at Ostergaard Acoustical Associates. Ostergaard Acoustical Associates. And our business address is 1460 Route 9 North, Woodbridge, New Jersey.
excuse me, do you have one extra copy of this that we could give Mr. Harding?
One extra copy.
Of the, of Mr. Muller's report?
The amendment thing.
I do.
I just may have one.
Okay, because in recognition of a fair comment, if we have a copy, you could at least follow along in addition to what I'm sure will be up on the screen for everybody else. And eventually, this will all go on that warehouse reading list.
So I believe it's already there, but
Oh, you think so? Oh, it could be because of it's a submission to the staff. Or would have been a submission.
it was submitted, where we'll get into, there's a little bit adjusted edition we've submitted tonight.
Okay, Mr. Mueller? I'm sorry, Mr. Kaplan?
Yeah, give us Exhibit A23, will you, Jess? Mr. Mueller, is Exhibit A23 a copy of your CV?
Yes, it is.
And is your CV an accurate representation of your educational and professional background?
It is.
Please describe your let's start with your educational background.
Sure. I have a bachelor's in mechanical engineering from Villanova University. Then I went to proceed to a master's in mechanical engineering with a concentration in noise and vibration control from the Stevens Institute of Technology in Hoboken, New Jersey.
And tell us about your professional background, your licensing.
Sure. Well, I'm a member of several professional societies, but I guess of most interest is I'm a licensed professional engineer in the state of Oregon and New Jersey.
Well, that's unusual. Tell us about why Oregon.
Sure. The bicoastal is deliberate. Oregon is the only state in the country that offered a specific discipline path for acoustical engineering. That has since been paused due to funding, but that is how I went about getting my professional licensure.
So your professional licensure in Oregon is as an acoustical engineer?
Correct.
That's the only state in the country where you could do that?
It was, yes.
Okay. Tell us a little bit more about Ostergaard Acoustical Associates and the business in which you are engaged.
Sure. So we're noise control consultants. What we do is work in the field of applied acoustics, and we help a number of parties from residences to developers to other agencies evaluate environmental noise, which is primarily what we're here to talk about tonight. And the other element would be to do interior acoustics, sound isolation. A conference room such as this, we would heavily be involved in designing the performance to make sure sound doesn't come in or out and that it is pleasant room acoustics.
So as part of your employment, do you regularly verify the noise compliance of warehouses and distribution facilities, etc., with local or state regulations?
Absolutely, yes.
How often have you done that for a warehouse?
So I've been working in this field for 26 years. I've been with Ostergaard for 23. But it should be of no surprise to anyone in this room that warehouses have become a big hot point for environmental noise. So that has been the majority of a lot of our environmental efforts for the past decade at least.
Have you ever testified before a municipal body or a court such as this?
Yes, I've been accepted as an expert in acoustics and noise control in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, New York, Massachusetts, Connecticut, basically tri-state area.
I'd offer Mr.
He's fine.
Pardon me?
He's fine as the person he represents himself to be.
Okay, so you're going to take him as an expert.
I'm gonna take, you know what? Every time somebody qualifies as an expert to me, it's all a matter of we'll take him, but it's all a matter of weight. You know, if he sounds smart, he'll have to earn this. You know.
So far, so good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Are you generally familiar with the property that is the subject matter of this evening's hearing?
I am, yes.
And are you familiar with the surrounding properties as well?
Yes.
And are you also familiar with the provisions of City of Easton Noise Ordinance? I believe it's Chapter 376 of Easton's Code of Ordinances.
Yes, and as we're before the city tonight, that's primarily the focus of our discussion. But I am familiar with it. We reviewed it as part of our scope.
But there are other municipalities close by and part of our property. Tell us what.
Sure.
What
this is
you do with regard to them.
This is a very interesting project. We're almost at the crossroads. So receptors to the north are in Forks. Receptors that are actually just north, the apartment complex, as well as to the south are within Wilson. To the east, we have Easton, and we have to the west is residences in the township of Palmer. And each of those have their respective noise ordinance. Now, there's a very degree of detail there, and I don't want to go too far into the weeds, but the city of Easton did have the most robust and most stringent of limits, and so we've applied them to all surrounding residential receptors. As far as the legal aspect goes, once you cross over municipal boundaries, usually that's when your county or state regulations would come into play, but Pennsylvania and the county don't have any ordinances that are regulating of site sound emissions. So just as the conservative approach here, we've applied the city of Easton's nighttime code limits for residential receptors for all parties in any direction.
What were you asked to do in connection with the development of the property that we're here about tonight?
Sure. So to start off, we just started touching upon the noise regulations, so we find out what our actual legal requirements are, but we have to balance those in with what we feel is prudent for protection of the health, safety, and welfare of the public. And then what we go about is carrying out an acoustical analysis, which involves modeling and projection of site sound emissions to the area. So we do an evaluation to estimate what the future sound emissions will be upon approval of a project like this.
So you're basically analyzing the on-site noise that is radiated or generated from the project to off-site property.
Correct.
And in this case, what two types of sound will be generated here?
Sure. So we kind of categorize it in two different compartments. One is going to be the steady noise that a site like this contributes. And that's primarily going to be generated by your HVAC units. You have rooftop equipment rooftop equipment's HVAC? I don't know what I just said. One of the two. So that's your mechanical equipment, your rooftop units, your exhaust fans. Those are the noise sources that will operate around the clock and are going to be most present to establish the baseline for a facility like this. The other element, which is going to be more of what everyone's interested in discussing, which are the truck activity, but those are intermittent. Trucks come and go. They're mobile noise sources, and they're also extremely dynamic. So we see as they traverse a site, there's highs and lows and in between. So they are not a steady noise source, and so we have to look at them in a different manner. But we basically look at those two elements, and then there is a collection of those because noise is cumulative, and so we look at what the HVAC contributions are as well as what truck emissions will be.
So Just, would you put up A24A? Now, I want to make sure. So this is the document entitled Evaluation of Site Sound Emissions for Proposed Distribution Facilities, Easton Commerce Park, the address prepared by your organization, and this one's dated September 10, 2025.
Correct.
I think you had a prior version of this and that we submitted it. I believe it was December 3 that we submitted.
It was September, not yeah.
I apologize. So what's the difference between the two?
Sure. So we were preparing to potentially discuss my topic at the last hearing. It didn't happen. In our haste, I had misadjusted some traffic counts, so I was actually lower than what it was actually. So this gave us the opportunity to amend those. So this is even more conservative analysis because I've used higher traffic volume. Other than that, the entirety is the same, including the conclusions.
Can you confirm that you prepared this study or oversaw?
Yes,
You did.
directly involved.
And does this study summarize your findings regarding the future ability of the proposed development to comply with the requirements of the city's noise ordinance?
Yes.
Okay, so before we get into the details of your study, can you take us through the requirements of the noise ordinance as applied to the proposed development, Ben?
Sure. So we're focusing on the city's ordinance, as I discussed before. Details are found under Chapter 376, Noise, and the ordinance is written very similar to a lot of ordinances that I'm familiar with. There's a focus on preventing and minimization of noise disturbances to protect the health, safety, and well-being of the public. In order to do so, they define certain noises that are disruptive. They discuss definitions. But of most interest for me, coming from the engineering side of things, is there's a section that defines applicable limits. And those limits are based on hours of the day, as well as types of receptors. So specifically, the daytime code applies from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m., and then the nighttime is the corresponding hours. But during the daytime, residential uses have a limit of 57 dBA, dB being abbreviation for decibels, and A being a reference to that they're A-weighted. The A weighting is the most common metric used in environmental noise analysis. Just to give a sidebar, so that if there are questions on that, the sound is measured but with a scientific meter, with a sound level meter in a linear fashion. So a sound level meter in a linear fashion. And so it's able to measure sound pressures that we as humans don't respond the same to. And so the A-weighted metric provides a correction curve that softens the low frequency and some of the high frequency to more align with the human response. So when we see the A-weighted level, we all know that that's just geared around protecting the public safety. So we have a daytime limit for residences of 57. During the nighttime hours, that drops to 52. For commercial uses, as well as parks and government uses, the daytime limit is 67 and nighttime is 62. So it's a little more permissive to adjust for the difference in sensitivity. And then for industrial uses, it's even more permissive at 77 at all hours of the day.
So those requirements from 52 to 77, that's, and I may be wrong, sound is generated by this development, and it's measured over here where there's an industrial use, and it can be 77, and over here it's measured where it's residential, and at night it can only be 52.
Correct.
Is that the way that works?
Correct. And the numbers that we're providing and discussing throughout our report and tonight are just our responsibility, right? So it doesn't, the numbers are assumed to have already been based on that there's existing noise in the area, but these levels are submitted to be protective of their respective parties. So levels of 52 at night are designed to minimize sleep disruptions, to protect the a residential community. Whereas when we look at levels of 77 for industrial use, it's more permissive. Likely the industrial uses are reciprocating that noise upon each other. And you're not looking at protecting sleeping, you're looking at OSHA compliance, for example.
Now, loading and unloading operations have another limitation in this ordinance, do they not?
Yeah, so under the prohibited uses, it does list that loading and unloading during the nighttime hours is prohibited, provided it results in a noise disturbance. Now, because the subsection of the noise code provides these limits, it's logical, and we've assumed in our report then that those limits were, compliance with those limits would then also result in not a noise disturbance. And I find that to be not only is it logical, but that's where the basis of the noise code is producing levels under those limits allows us to conclude there wouldn't be a disturbance as a result of that operation.
Okay, thank you. Now, tell us how did you go about predicting the noise levels that will be generated by the proposed warehouse?
Sure. So we had some discussion tonight with previous expert about the modeling. So we use our own version of modeling. It is a three-dimensional representation of all the geometries between the noise source and the receptors, and it allows us to not only accurately look at how sound falls off with distance, but also look at ground absorption, look at screening and shielding provided by either the land, the soil cut that we've been talking about tonight, as well as if there's an intervening building or structures that are in the way.
Now, model, when you say model, you mean in our vernacular a computer program that creates a model of what we expect actually to happen.
Correct. I do find that many times, and we're all familiar with computers, but for whatever reason, there's always a lot less support behind models. On the professional side of things, we do know that the saying goes, garbage in is garbage out. So your model is only going to be as reliable as your input. But when we develop the model, we're using that in the same avenue as the civil engineers use to design the layout with CAD. We're using it in the same vein as the traffic engineers who use it to project the increases in traffic. So there are a lot of models around all the elements of a development, and the idea the goal is to have us have that be as credible as possible in order to ensure that the results are as projected.
So can you tell us the acoustical modeling software used in this analysis?
I'm familiar with two big entities. There's the one that we use, which is CADNA, C-A-D-N-A, and that's a reputable software out of Germany. And then the other competitor is SoundPlan, one word. But both of those are like the two major providers of acoustical modeling software.
And you call them a 3D modeling as you described?
Yes. Yeah, we're looking at it not only in a plan view, but also from a height deviation. We know, again, from previous experts, but we're doing a significant cut fill here, and the site itself is substantially higher in elevation than a lot of the surrounding receptors. So that plays a big part in how sound projects off-site, how it receives different receptors, and so all of those are critical components to an accurate sound model.
And you've taken this cut and fill into
Yes.
consideration? Okay, going one step further on the software, are there organizations that set the protocols or the methodologies for how sound is measured and how acoustical analysis are conducted?
Yeah, absolutely. So we have not only national societies, but also international societies, and these entities were in place long before we got very computer intense here. So when you have two scientists that are carrying out the same experiment, it's prudent to have standards to follow so that in different parts of the world, we can come up with the same result. So we're following, primarily what we're talking about tonight is standards and regulations for how outdoor sound propagates and how you look at attenuation over distance, screening, reflection, et cetera. And the big standard organizations could be ANSI, ANSI, which is the American National Standards Institute, and then their counterpart would be ISO, which is the International Organization Standard. And there's an overlap, so for an ANSI standard, you would have a corresponding ISO standard. Just for the record, then, the environmental noise propagation methodology is ANSI S12.62, and the equivalent for ISO would be 9613.
Does the software that you used in your acoustical analysis conform with the standards of those two organizations?
Absolutely, and that's the critical part of, it's not just somebody's version of how analyses are carried out. It's following the same standards that I would be doing if I was doing it with pen and paper, how we used to do things.
Okay, so turning back to the sound study, please describe the information about the sound generating characteristics of the building, the proposed building, that you inputted into your model.
Sure, so we talked about the steady noise sources, that's the rooftop equipment. The building is speculative, and at this point in the process, there is no HVAC design that's established yet. We would want to flesh that out more upon approval. So what I do is I take a conservative approach and I almost blanket the entirety of it. So for our analysis, we look at the rooftop equipment, and I distributed units across the rooftop. We ended up with 50. Let's see, I don't want to misspeak here.
Jess, maybe it would be good to put A25 up. I think that's what.
We used 55 25-ton rooftop units and distribute them evenly across the rooftop.
So Ben, identify the drawing that Jessica's behind you.
Sure. So we have to be careful with horse and cart here because I don't want you to get too wowed by my pretty color pictures. But I want to talk first about what the individual inputs were. So across, you see the white building, the white rectangle in the middle of the model here. That is the proposed building. And the blue pluses that are sprinkled across the top are the 55 25-ton rooftop units that we have put in as an approximation, an over-approximation, mind you, for what an HVAC arrangement would be for a warehouse. And the reasons why it is conservative is because majority of warehouses are not conditioned. It's mainly heat to make sure things don't freeze, and then they leave it to their own in the other seasons. So what we've assumed here is that the entirety of the building is conditioned. So it's an overestimation. Talking about the other sources that we've looked at, we have white pluses around the building and pink pluses, all are various noise sources. The pink pluses, you'll see there's 4 of them around the perimeter of the site. Those are representative of driving truck operations. The white pluses is the third component here, and those are going to be representative of what we'll call dock events. Dock event might be a backup alarm, might be a coupling to coupling when trailers are connecting or disconnecting. It also is representative of an air brake release. Air brake release. So what we do to put together in the model is we try to put together a configuration that's going to represent a busy period, a worst case collection of activities. The noise sources are specifically placed in areas where they would be closest to offsite receptors. So I'm particularly placing them in the north parts of the site, the west, south, and east, so they would be closest to our offsite receptors. The last thing I want to talk about before we get into model results then would be the basis of that data. So for rooftop equipment, that industry has been very forthcoming or more forthcoming. There's a lot of industries where it's hard to find sound data for specifics. But major carriers like Train and Carrier provide reliable sound data for them that we've also been able to verify in the field. So that's what I've used for our input for the rooftop equipment. And for the trucks, that's an industry that isn't as forthcoming, especially given how dynamic it is. So you can't just call Peterbilt and ask for how loud their truck is, because we've already just discussed the dozen of things that the truck might do, and some of which are maybe not even responsible or as a result or responsibility of Peterbilt, right? Such as a coupling to coupling. They would kind of throw their hands up to that. So over the course of our career, we have visited countless warehouses. I've collected a pool of data, and what we've done is distilled those entities down to be representative of a maximum events. We talked about how truck operations are intermittent, they are dynamic, they are mobile. Well, in order for me to kind of cut to the chase in terms of compliance or non-compliance, it is best for us to look at that worst case. And if that meets, then anything else that these vehicles will do, such as idling, for example, which we'll probably have questions on, but that's not the focus of my analysis, because an idling truck is the quietest source on site compared to the other entities that we're talking about. I guess since I just referenced that, there are rules that regulate the duration of idling that they have to follow.
That Pennsylvania has an idling statute, doesn't it?
Yes, correct. So I'm sorry, we're bouncing around a bit, but that's kind of how my brain works. Okay, so there's a combination in the model of real world data as well as manufacturer's data, but we know that that's from trustworthy sources, and it's been repeated in the field. So that's our input data, and we're find it credible. So provided the geometry and all the other elements of the model are done to the same level of care, that's how we can confidently look at what our future site sound emissions would be. All right, that was a bit. Now, did I?
No, you got it all in,
Okay.
I think. But I think, Ben, we need the right drawing from A25. Jess, can the right one, please? The one that I believe shows the results of the study.
Oh, zoom out a little bit. We're too zoomed in here. Yes. Okay. So I realize that all these figures aren't as everyone wants to look at them with a magnifying glass. So we'll zoom around as possible. But let's talk about the big picture here. So what we're seeing as a result of our modeling effort, there's a lot of colors here. We use the colors to represent different sound levels, and so there are corresponding colors in the bottom right corner legend. So you see, for example, the gray contour is 50 dB, and that's right around the 52 Easton nighttime code limit. So let's just focus on that for a second. What we see then is that the sound emissions are provided for an elevation receptor 5 feet above grade. And so this is a three-dimensional model. I can slice this any way I want to, but a 5-foot elevation makes the most sense, because in the future, I could go to any portion of the site and stand there, and this model is a representation of what I would receive from that. So that brings up some interesting highlights here. So we know that the cut fill is occurring in like the northwestern portion of the site. And so if you look at how our sources are presenting or radiating off site for those two western trucks, we see that the red contours, which is looking at levels in the 60s approaching 70, is directly around the source. But then as soon as you go across that cut, which is going to end up being like what's the right word? It's eventually going to be a wall there, blocking that sound. So that is why that doesn't project and continue on to the northwest. Now, as much as that blocks that sound, it also can reflect it back. So the model also takes into account what might be reflected back and forth. So there is some reflection of that nature occurring on the west side of the truck court, because it's bouncing between this cut rock wall and the building. But the building acts as a noise shield and screen for that projection to the other side. So when we look at the truck sources on the eastern side of the truck court, let's look at the northeastern side across the Bushkill Creek. So you see the sound is red around the truck court, and then as we continue to the northeast, there's a big patch of green there. Well, the reason why it's green, which means that the noise reduced down to 35, 40, is because that elevation drops down significantly. And so somebody who is standing 20 feet below a truck up in a truck court is going to receive that screening, that attenuation that we're providing in the model. Now, as you go across Bushkill, that topography starts to go up a little bit. And so that's why we see then a representation of a 50, 51 dB contour over on the far side of the creek. So
That's the gray.
correct. And as you continue northeast in the diagram. And so that's kind of what's happening, right? The lowlands that surround the creek are just that. They're at a lower elevation than when our supporting elevations are. So the model takes all that into consideration, and we see that by the time it gets over there, that sound has fallen off with distance as well as with interacting with the other geometries to be substantially low enough to comply. There's also only industrial uses over to that east side. But continuing around, let's look to the north, for example. So location B is at an apartment complex within Wilson. Again, that's right along the creek, so that's at a lower elevation. So what we see then is that sound emissions from the site for this configuration that's shown here result in maximum levels of 50. And that's driven by that truck that's driving around the ring road. There are contributions from rooftop equipment as well as the other truck activities that are shown there because it is cumulative, but what drives it, the results off-site are typically going to be due to one source, whatever is dominating it. Look to the west here, location G over in Palmer, substantially far away, also receives the majority of the benefit of our cut screen that occurs. So levels there are as low as 48. And then to the south, which is City of Easton receptors, some of them, right, we have DEF levels of 52 are approached there. And that's primarily driven by that truck that's exiting or entering the site there. So the configuration that's placed here, which I think is highly representative of a busiest period of operation, and I can clarify that in a second here, shows that we have all emissions that are at or below the City of Easton's nighttime code limit. All of our receptors are at upper story, which is where I'm most interested. The city noise code states that these limits are to be met at or within the property boundary of the receptor. And that's legal language, but it's appropriate because what it's saying is that we're going to look at the sound as it crosses the property line of a receptor of interest, but then we're going to also look at it at vantage points within the property. And we always find that the upper story of a receptor is going to be that most conservative approach. They're usually looking up, that increased elevation puts them at a vantage points where they see things that a property line might not. And so that's why we've looked at those. I'm not concerned about us approaching 52. Sometimes that might be a question is, we're just at the limit, why are you doing that? What we don't have included in the model here is the contribution of Route 22. We know that that's the major throughway in the area. So what will happen is that our vehicles, as they leave site or as they approach from elsewhere to come onto the site, are going to be blending in with that Route 22 existing traffic. And then as they turn on our site, my main focus is going to be on what's unique to this site that isn't present elsewhere. And vehicles traveling, coming and going are not the case. But a backup alarm, a coupling to coupling, the activities that are going to occur on a site that is currently not developed to be used as such is what we're really here to focus on. I guess just to...
I think you've hit it. I just want to wrap it up with one question. I take it from your last explanation that this drawing that's up there demonstrates that this building can meet the requirements of the Easton Noise Control Ordinance.
Correct.
Whether in the daytime or the nighttime.
Correct.
And that's your opinion, is it not?
Yes.
And that opinion is to the best of your scientific knowledge, is that correct?
Correct, yes.
I have no further questions.
Commission members?
I have none.
So on the map behind you right now, the noise sources are coming from the 4 trucks parked at the 4 opposite sides, correct?
As well as rooftop equipment, as well as the 4 driving trucks that are on the outer perimeter.
So what would it look like if you took those 4 trucks and put them by each other?
Sure. So there would be different kinds of collection of sound that would potentially change things. I particularly choose this type of layout for a few reasons, and I'm glad you got into this line of questioning because I didn't really cover that well in direct. But when we talked about all the different noise sources, let's focus on the white ones first of all. That's your backup alarm, coupling to coupling, air brake release. Majority of those are categorized as impulsive sounds, which means that they're 1 second or less in duration. When we have a coupling to coupling, it's a clink, and that's it. That's the highest level of noise that occurs on sites like this. So when I'm trying to represent them in a model for presentation to the board, we're doing this for prospective compliance, all of those challenges. The one element that I lose in my presentation is time. And I have a very hard time, unless I were to make a video, to show that those white pluses are all 1 second in duration. And so if we were to hit play on this, and you would then see that those would go away, we would have different things occur elsewhere. So it kind of happens as a collection of activities that are occurring at various times. And now your question about what happens if we put them closer together? If that were to happen, they would add up and it would result in some different offsite contribution for that nearby receptor. But what doesn't happen is that when you have 1 second duration events, to get them to overlap in a way that they would kind of cumulatively change things becomes really hard to do. It's almost an anomaly. The other thing to point out is that one of the reasons why we have the trucks kind of disperse around a site like this, again, the purpose of it was to put them closest to offsite receptors. But another factor, again, with the time sequencing, is that trucks have to naturally navigate in a safe manner. And so that means that a driving truck is going to stop, wait for a truck to fully back out, and do its truck movement before he can proceed. And so you do see this like stop-start motion of noise sources, again, if we brought the time domain into it. So I'm confident that this is a helpful representation of a worst-case event. Could you have events occurring back-to-back? Absolutely. But then they wouldn't result at the same time and result in higher levels than what we're focused on.
Right, and that's fair enough. But I only asked that because this is 24/7 operation. Sure. So at nighttime, you're not going to have everything scattered throughout the building. You'll have less employees, so you'll have people more focused in one part of the building.
Sure, but let's dive into that though, because that is extremely important, and I know that is the hardest thing for me to present here, right? So we have an active site 24/7, 100%. That doesn't necessarily mean that we have a truck every minute, right? I reviewed the traffic study, and I use a lot of the same input that the traffic study focuses on. So they've looked at the International Transportation Manual, and they look. ITE, the Institute of Transportation Engineers Manual. That provides the volume of trucks. It also provides a distribution, which shows me that it's kind of bell curve. The most trucks come during the daytime and less at night, just by design. But let's just look at the numbers, okay? So the traffic study showed that we have 232 truck trips over the course of the day. That sounds like a lot. Truck trips, from a traffic standpoint, is an in-out. Now, for my purposes, that's half of those. That's the half is the number of trucks. So we have 116 trucks coming and going. So I'm looking at 116 different positions on site where we might have across a 24-hour period. Dividing that equally across the 24-hour period, that's only 5 trucks per hour. I have modeled 8 here. So we're really trying to look at what happens if there was a collection of activity that all occurred at the same time. And even distilling that further, let's say it's 5 trucks. Let's say I'm wrong and it's 10 trucks. But 10 trucks over an hour period is only 1 truck every few minutes. So again, making it realistically challenging to come up with a model or an actual event that's similar to my model here, where we have 8 trucks all producing their maximum level at exactly the same time, which is what we're trying to highlight here. And it's by design that I'm trying to put the kitchen sink forward here, because that's the hardest thing for everyone to understand is there's so many moving parts. From an engineer standpoint, I concur. It is extremely complicated. It's like modeling an ant colony. And how do I do that? So what I do is a heavy dose of conservatism, and I make sure that what we're going to see here covers the boundaries of the code compliance or minimizing the impact, et cetera. So we really have to put that effort forth to promote a project at the end of the day that's going to be compatible with the surrounding area.
Okay. And I guess also, we don't know the end user on this project yet, or
Correct.
anything other than this is not going to be a truck terminal. How do the different usages, how could they affect your findings here?
Not too much, because essentially a truck is a truck. And I know, just to kind of steer a little bit out of my lane here into the traffic engineer, but you might be familiar with seen applications that there are different kinds of warehouses. There's land use 150, which is a traditional warehouse. Then we could have a high cube warehouse. You could have it be a manufacturing facility, and all those have a different version. Some have more cars, some have less trucks, so some sort of collection of that. By me trying to do, again, an umbrella approach where I throw a lot of activity at it, I can then be more comfortable that I'm not too concerned about exactly what ends up occurring here, and be comfortable in that. So we've placed a large degree of truck volume occurring at the same time. I haven't looked at motor vehicles, passenger vehicles. Those are significantly quieter than trucks and don't contribute to off-site emissions anywhere near in the same capacity. But it makes me confident that regardless of what it is, that it'll meet. And it pulls that same confidence from the traffic study that says, we don't know whether it's a plumbing supply or a pet food, but this is what these collection of warehouses have promoted historically as their volume. And if the volume is plus or minus 10, 20%, that doesn't change my model, because again, I'm trying to lean towards conservatism and put in a healthy dose. If I added one more truck to this model, it wouldn't change the results at all. And that's just because of the way that the sound sources add.
And what usage is this for? Which warehouse model, 155, 1?
I followed the same thing that the traffic study did, which I think is 150, but 155? 155.
Okay. All right, that's it. Thank you.
I'd like to just follow up where that conversation was leading, because we had this discussion back in May regarding the traffic study, that the numbers utilized and generated, which you've used here, are really based around a non-sortable facility. A non-sortable facility. Are you familiar?
I'm familiar with the term, yes.
Yeah. So one which is larger packages, more mechanical effort, fewer employees, less activity.
Yes.
We asked the applicant at the time, since that was the basis of the traffic study, was that also going to be the basis of the use? And you were getting to the use, and they would not agree to limit the use to that. So that then, to me, calls into question that this is only addressing one possible use, and it's not addressing other possible uses, which would be potentially way more than a plus or minus 10% on this. Sortable facilities utilize 1.5 times the number of employees as non-sorts, and could theoretically have up to 1.5 times as many trucks, because they could be running, they just are able to be much more active because of the amount of work that they're doing. So
can we
would that change? My question is,
you can wrap up, yeah.
My question is, if that were at a level of 1.5 times, would that then change your assessment of the noise situation around this facility?
Sure. The answer is no, it doesn't. So to break down a 155 versus a 150, they're all under the 150 series, which are all warehouses. So yes, you can have different types of warehouses. There can be cross stocks, there could be distribution, there could be high cube, there could be the standard, but they ultimately all function about the same. The numbers differ. And for a lot of the cases for the traffic study, the 155 is prioritized for a sortation facility because there are more employees. That's more cars, that's greater traffic volume during those peak hours that they focus on. I'm primarily here to talk about trucks, and the difference between a 150 and 155 truck volume are not very different. The ITE manual focuses on the square footage of the building in order to determine the magnitude and volume of the end count. So it's a 1 million square footer. That works out to have specific numbers associated with that count. So I'm very confident that if it was any use among the warehouse types, that will be covered with this here. And just to give you, I guess, a variation of things, I've done a 1 million square foot warehouse that ended up being occupied by Home Depot for toilet bowl housing. And there are 5 people that work there, and there are 10 trucks a month that come there. So there are extremes to the data. We want to focus on, of course, capturing the biggest picture. What's the busiest case use here? And this, by far, represents what this could. And this event could happen at 2 a.m., and we've shown it complies with nighttime noise ordinance.
So, I understand what you said. It does, I just would want to clarify, if we were talking about 1.5 times the truck volume, that would not materially change the noise performance around this facility.
It wouldn't change the conclusions that I find. Because remember, let's back up, because I've already been conservative here. So we're ultimately not trying to double what I've modeled here, because I've already goosed up from the presentation of our traffic count. We're expecting 5 trucks per hour. I have 8 here. So I've almost doubled it already. I'm almost at that 1.5 times magnitude that you were referencing. But let's say we added another, instead of it being 8 trucks, it was 16 trucks. Well, 16 trucks would, again, be distributed across an hour period. And this model, quite frankly, would maybe be representative of a 15-minute period, not across a 60-minute period. But every 15-minute period, we could have another situation where there's another new batch of 4 or 5 trucks that have come in. So again, with time element entered into the equation, I'm more than comfortable that this is representative of the category that you would foresee as being an occupant in this building, regardless of what the end user specifically was.
All right, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, you answered the question in terms of your assumptions on the traffic study. So you had mentioned this A-weighted, the DBA aspect of this thing, and it sounds as though it's a way of interpreting a decibel level based upon some perception of human hearing. Am I encapsulating that?
Correct, yes.
Okay. Does the ordinance as written speak to DBA?
Yes.
Okay. Then let me ask this question. What would the impact be of the addition of a guardhouse causing trucks to have to stop on the entrance?
Sure, that's a definitely viable question. Based on the layout that we have before us, I would expect the guardhouse would be kind of in the northeast corner, right, allowing the trucks to queue along the main driveway. So guardhouses will require trucks to stop, check in. So we might get air brake release there and a start and stop motion. We're still driving category. So sometimes then at a guardhouse location, you see that stacking, and so we would look at maybe some more of those impulsive sounds occurring there. I'm not too concerned here because the east is all of our industrial receptors, which has a much more permissive limit. So even though we're applying that 52 at receptor C, that's all industrial in the city of...
I want us to be careful about that.
Sure.
I can't see where 13th Street is on your model. And there are residences on 13th Street. Now, directly adjacent, there is currently an industrial use going on there. But what if they sold? Right? Now, we're not going to sit here and say, well, they might sell, so we need to really think about that now. Okay? So I'm gonna put that aside. But directly across the street from 13th Street is a silk mill, is a set of, I'm not sure if they're condominiums or rentals, right next on the southern side of the creek there,
Mhm.
right? I don't know about you, but if I'm asleep at night, an air break that lasts for 1 second isn't a comfort to me. Right? So I'm not crazy about the idea of saying, well, it's all industrial, so it's not that big a deal. I'd rather sleep.
Sure. So there's several questions in there, so let me try to chop them up.
Please do.
I'm following the master use plan, that the town is promoting. So if an area is zoned industrial, that's what I'm anticipating there to be developed. Often, as part of my work, we might have a vast residential zone that's not developed yet. And we have to balance what we think about that. And that makes it definitely more challenging, because is there going to be a 3-story apartment building that's built 20 feet from the property line, or is it another quarter mile, right? All those things are challenging to deal with, absolutely. I'm able to deal with what we have currently before us. If there was another application that you knew of in the pipeline that we should consider, I've been in that situation before as well.
Oh, wait, let me be clear.
Yeah.
The Silk Mill used to be an industrial complex that is now residential and retail. It currently exists.
Okay.
It's one of the jewels of our town, right? It is on the eastern side of this proposed.
Where's that specifically located? I mean, let's see if we can.
As I said before, I can't quite tell based upon your map where
Well, where is it for me to then put those pieces together?
It is in the C area.
It is in the vicinity of C, you mean?
Yeah, so that's gray. C.
Receptor
like cat.
C in the model.
Yeah. Right. So, and definitely the lovely renovated, what is that, 4-story. I was just over there this afternoon because I was thinking about this. So I actually took a drive over there to say, all right, what are we really looking at here? What is directly adjacent to this? I even went up on the backside of the hill in order to see what that was about, and discovered the World War II memorial I didn't know was there, right? So Area C is not just industrial.
Okay.
Okay. There is a combination of residential uses going on there right now, and there is an industrial installation on one side of the street. Okay. So,
Okay,
I do get concerned in terms of the gray aspect on this.
To your point, let's address
Please let me
that.
finish. Please let me finish. So I do get concerned in terms of the gray areas that are on there, but I also get even more concerned at the possibility of a guardhouse happening and having that be directly across from Area C. Now, what were you going to say? I'm sorry.
Sure. Okay. So a guardhouse is not something that's currently proposed. It's not something that I've considered. We're able to discuss it hypothetically. Should there be a need for it for an end user, right? We're seeking approval for the configuration that's shown. So while a guardhouse isn't off the table in the future, it is off the table for what is before you to be approved. So should one be proposed in the future, it would have to have additional considerations. I would then look at it more closely. If it warranted a screening wall, then we would put one in. But the noise code is in place in perpetuity. So regardless of your future development, if something were to happen, if zones were to change, if things were to change over time, that's in perpetuity. So that's something that this use would always have to comply with. Now, there's a lot of other things that can happen in the area, but those are all just factors of how things go.
And
I feel comfortable with that. This is how all development is done, with that air of unknown.
No, and I can appreciate that. The area E even is a residential area. E and F are residential areas that are in this gray zone.
Yep. Yeah. So
let me come at this a different way. Did you say? Did I hear this correctly? That in the evaluation of the sensors, it ignores the noise from 22?
Absolutely.
Okay, so this is an incremental. Sorry. Yeah, it's an incremental study of the noise from the installation.
Only from our site, correct?
Right. Okay. It does not take into account the cumulative effect of the installation with 22.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. It's kind of inconsequential though, because the code limit would be the same for any development. The code limit is the same for any development. So it takes the approach that it's establishing that threshold for acceptability on a per development basis. And yes, if every development created a maximum of their 52, if they filled up their entire share, that there would be a noise creep to a higher level.
Could can I interject something here
Sure.
that might help? The noise ordinance is a performance ordinance. It's applied to the buildings when the buildings are there. This is an estimate of what will happen. And if something changes, and I think this is what you were saying, Ben, if some receptor changes based on your ordinance, the user would have to comply by bringing Ben back and installing some noise attenuating feature. What I'm getting at is, and I've had this before, we can't look at this noise study as something cast in stone. This is the best case analysis that can be done at this point in time to give a comfort level, so to speak, that the facility will be able to comply. But when the facility is there, it must comply. So I just wanted.
No, I appreciate that. Thank you.
I just wanted to make that distinction.
Yeah. Now, just as a follow-up question, though, in terms of modeling versus actual, right? Ballpark, how many how do I ask this? How often are you required to go back to a location where you have done modeling to do a post-analysis?
Post-study.
Yeah.
Sure, it varies. It's usually the exception, and the ones that we have done have more than passed the bar. Ones that require a little bit more scrutiny are not ones that have such a dynamic operation as this. We've had to do it for like a substation or for an emergency generator or things that are stationary noise sources that have a greater focus. What you'll see in practice if you visited a warehouse with the dynamics that occur on here, trucks go and come, and it's really, that becomes, I don't want to say that eases things, but that just blends in with other traffic flow in the area. So it becomes it extends itself to be part of the surrounding area, the presence of Route 22, for example. And that carries different weight from a public perspective than an emergency generator at a fixed location or a cooling tower or something that a substantial substance of a stationary nature.
Well, let me ask this question. You had spoken earlier about the HVAC systems on the roof, and how it was, unfortunately, I've got a little experience with it. It is unusual for a climate-controlled environment to exist inside of a warehouse in general. Million square feet.
It can happen.
It can happen, but more often than not, it doesn't.
And we're not proposing a refrigerated warehouse here, which is a totally different animal.
No, we're not going there. Okay.
So, but yes, I'm bridging the.
Yeah. So let's assume, for the sake of discussion, that it is not an air-conditioned million square foot unit. Poor power stations, they're just screaming at me. And it's a wonderful hot summer night, and the doors are all rolled up, and all the activity of inside is also clanking away out into the night sky. Is there any reason, based upon your model, to think that a non-climate controlled million square foot warehouse is not going to have a additive effect on the acoustic dynamics of this model?
So let me just try to rephrase your question. You're saying that if it's not climate controlled, that means we have less air conditioning units, and so then that's going to require or force people to want to open the doors? Is that what you're?
Yeah.
We're gonna, if it's not climate controlled to the degree that I'm showing here, it's going to be a fraction of the rooftop equipment. So that removes that element, those noise sources, from the model, right? So we know that would be a net gain, correct?
Possibly.
Net benefit.
I'm
just,
with you.
just logically.
I'm tracking.
So the art of having doors open, I mean, while I won't say it never happens, it's not something that is particularly a common occurrence for warehouses. The truck backs up to it, it seals with the dock, that door opens, it loads and unloads.
And I worked at a FedEx for
Understood. So
6 months, and they
okay.
opened the doors all summer long.
I guess I don't, there's not much of a purpose of going down that potential, because if it became a problem, there's an administrative solution, right? We close it, we don't do it. And I don't see any situation where the noise produced inside the facility is going to come anywhere near the levels that I'm modeling outside the facility.
Okay.
I'm modeling a backup alarm that's almost 80 dB at 50 feet. These are substantial noise sources here. Everything else is kind of under that, you know, there might be a trash compactor here. Again, idling trucks, lower sources. They're all subsumed in the model, even though I haven't particularly given attention to them. That's how heavy weighted things
Okay.
are.
No, I appreciate that.
Question about that.
Yeah.
What about parking lots?
Parking lots?
Yeah, there's a parking lot.
Sure, so I
It's
did,
gonna be right up here next to the building.
sure, I did briefly mention that I didn't focus on personnel vehicles.
No, for trucks.
Oh, for trucks? So we have the loading docks along both long sides of the building, and then outboard of those loading docks are trailer parking spots.
What about the trucks that come in and it's cold, they plug the engine in, keep it idling
Mhm.
while they go in and have a cup of coffee?
Sure, so they have to
Talk to
follow all,
Loaded truck, how many of those are gonna be around?
sure, they have to follow all idling rules, but there are provisions that allow for when it's sub temperatures that they can idle longer than allowed or than the regular permission. If they plug into the building through a jack, it's usually quieter because then it's not using the truck electricity or the truck engine to power the heat inside the vehicle. It's using electricity, so it's quieter there. If there are opportunities to put in plugs like that, that's great. But I also did try to preface that I haven't looked at idling trucks because, one, they're going to be self-regulated by the allowable duration, and two, they're so much lower in level. An idling truck is roughly 60 at 50 feet, and I'm modeling 74 to 79 at 50 feet. And there's an order of magnitude there. I know it sounds like I'm only 15 dB higher than that, but noise is on a logarithmic scale. And so just to give you quick math, if I had 2 noise sources that were producing 50 plus 50 doesn't equal 100, but rather 53. And so when you have 2 noise sources and you go up 3 dB, that's the effect of adding 2 together. So when you have something that's 15 dB higher in level than idling trucks, I could probably have 100 idling trucks that would then be equivalent to what I'm modeling here.
Well, tell me the answer to this question. Supposing this whole place goes forward, they build up their business, the parking lot's going, it's idling, the parking lot's having.
Ron, can you speak into the mic, please, Ron?
Oh, I'm sorry. So the parking lot is housing automobiles for the people that work there. You have trucks coming through there. You have trucks at night idling. There's going to be a lot of noise up there, isn't there? All the time.
I hopefully my presentation was thorough enough to discuss how I've covered all of that. There is a time domain that occurs here. I'm looking at an extreme worst case, storm of sorts of 8 trucks contributing their worst levels at the same time. If we had 5 other trucks that were idling in the same model, you wouldn't even see it.
Tell me this: what if one of these residents who are here and they're living there are houses that are very close to this, where the parking lot is. They're close to a highway, Hackett Park Road, which they're close to ball fields in the warmer weather. What's it like to have all of that truck and car traffic together? And when you have modeled this and say it's going to maintain under the ordinance, what if it doesn't? how do they get the ordinance enforced to bring it down?
You guys come back with such long, multi-question things. Let me work backwards. So, in terms of enforcement, I see two main entities when enforcement occurs. One is going to be during applications, either for, let's say it comes back to you for expansion, and then the entire neighborhood comes out and says, we don't like what they've been doing. That's a clear opportunity for you to then provide that enforcement. The other one is noise ordinances are primarily driven by complaints. So no one will ever say that. Let me rephrase it this way.
Well,
Throughout you gave a lot of stuff.
You're going to have complaints up there, no matter what happens.
I don't know what you're basing that on, because we're showing that this fully complies with the nighttime noise ordinance of the city, which is designed to minimize the potential for complaints. So I don't know what empirical data you're basing that on, but everything I'm saying shows otherwise.
I'm basing it on this entire application that we're wrestling with.
Well,
You're going to.
I'm here to provide you with quantitative information that allows you to see that what you picture in your mind isn't the reality.
I accept that.
Okay.
I'm telling you
that I'm wrong.
This is going to have problems if this place opens with truck traffic and cars. Now,
from a noise aspect, I disagree with you.
You answer my question.
Mhm.
If you did, I didn't understand. What I want to know is when that produces the complaints.
Yes.
And
sure, the order.
Complaints. Who's going to go up and measure those complaints and find that they're not meeting the
right? Well, you're asking me how your town works, and I don't quite know the answer to that. But historically, there is a representative in the town, so it's either.
We got enough.
We don't need to be on the record for this question, Mr. Kaplan. You go. Do you have any other witnesses?
No, I'm a traffic guy here, but I'm not gonna repeat that because you had plenty of traffic and the reports are all in.
Okay, because, I mean, as far as tonight goes, you know, there's still.
Let me finish this.
Wait, no, there's no record, Ron. The stenographer had to get up and, because I'm trying to figure out where we recess for tonight.
We recess after we're done asking questions, and then the public gets to come and ask questions. That's when
Tonight?
Yes. Yes.
Your call.
Yes, it is.
That's all.
Yes, we're going to finish this part of it. I wish we didn't have as much extraneous conversation earlier, and we could have got to this point sooner, but we did. So not everyone was cooperative with that. It is what it is. We're going to finish this part. We're going to finish the questions here, and we'll have questions from the audience, and then we'll finish.
Why did we lose the court reporter?
Yes, we did for a moment.
Okay.
Right, and all of that really happened in May. Right.
Yeah, welcome back. Okay. Oh. Oh. Oh, I'm gonna let you tell me when we're ready to go. I understand. I apologize. The plan is to finish up with commission questions and allow the people in attendance through their counsel to ask questions, and then we'll be of this witness, and then we're going to be winding up. Whenever you're good. So we're back to who is it?
He was answering my question. I interrupted him. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I don't remember the question. Sorry. Can you read back what? Oh, well then. Somebody else give me a,
Now, if we don't know, we're gonna move, if we're gonna know,
Yeah,
we're gonna move on. We're gonna move on. Anyone else have a question?
That's all right.
I do.
Yep.
What kind of noise is the HVAC units considered?
it's the characteristics of it. It's steady in nature. In other words, it'll be on around the clock. Now, units do cycle off. They're not too different than if you have a split system outside of your residence.
Is that considered like a pure tone?
No, usually no tones involved.
The constant humming isn't considered a pure tone? What is a pure
Well,
tone?
a hum is an indication of a lower frequency content, like a transformer hums. A rooftop unit has more of a broadband component. It sounds like an air conditioning unit. It's best for you to just imagine what your air conditioning unit sounds like, but that's not defined as a hum or a tone. A tone is a
It's a constant?
pitch.
It's a constant sound? Like the air conditioning that's 24/7? It's like,
Correct, yes.
what is an impulsive sound?
Impulsive sound is a sound that's less than 1 second in duration. It's a
Like a backup camera and doctors
backup
yell?
alarm.
Backup alarm?
Backup alarm is a series of impulsive sounds, technically, but because they're strung together, it kind of becomes quasi. But I guess what's your question?
Our ordinance says that you need to subtract a 5 decibel penalty in order to comply. That answers like everybody's questions here of what's going on. So I think that you would need to meet 47 at nighttime if we had to subtract the 5 decibel penalty.
I don't remember explicitly.
Yeah, if I may, and Dwayne could correct this, 376-6 is the section in the ordinance that would set forth the residential College Hill.
Talking about C.
52. Well, C is A sets up the levels that we were talking about, 57 and 52, and then C talks about a correction for character of sound for any source of sound which emits a pure tone or impulsive sound. The maximum sound level limit set forth in subsection of A above shall be reduced by 5 decibels.
So section A, where the building's located, is actually in the A&R district, not the College Hill?
No, it's for
Industrial
all,
AR.
It's for all of. It doesn't matter what area it is.
Well,
No, I know, but
the point.
AR is 77 total.
Yeah, you're making the point that the 77, you take away 5,
You're at
is
72.
52. But what do you look at? Do you look at where it's going into? Wouldn't you have to be looking at the receiving land use, not the emitting land use? It's going from an industrial, but it's going into the residential area.
Okay. Yep. Now I got you.
So that's where we would be
I got you.
At 52 minus 5,
That's
or
where he's got his.
57 minus 5.
He already has it calculated in there at the 52. So if it's receiving 57 and you minus the 5, he's already at 52.
Okay, but between 10 PM and 7 AM,
So
that goes down to 47.
there's probably some legal discussions that need to happen, and this is very complicated. So I'm dealing with multiple municipalities and which portion is within Easton and
Well,
what's not.
within, I guess the straight question is within the city of Easton itself, what, between 10 AM and 7 PM, what does your modeling show within that area that was identified as having some residential units that
Sure.
Those
was testified,
would be points C and E, actually C, E, and F.
Let me,
where it was gray?
correct. All right, so that's dominated by that truck that's entering and exiting the site?
I don't know.
No, I'm telling you, that's what's dominating them, so it's not impulsive noise. But if you read the noise code in its totality, there is a big gray area in terms of motor vehicles. Those are regulated elsewhere. They're mentioned not only in the Pennsylvania Noise Code as having their own regulations. We know that they can go on and off site. And so I typically reproach these as the mobile sources having in this gray area of whether or not they comply with code. I'm here to try to apply that code to them to the extent that I can to show that they comply. So I don't know that going down an avenue of whether a specific source is impulsive or not impulsive and whether it applies for this one. I am confident that there's no negative impact created here. As we get down to D, E, and F, that is in greater proximity to Route 22 than anything on the site. So as the vehicles leave our site and enter the public roadways, in which case they have to follow state and federal ordinances that say they have to have a muffler, and Pennsylvania has specific motor vehicle limits that are permissive, that just to help them not be out of repair. But I'm not worried about the health, safety, welfare of D, E, and F. I'm not worried about it, not personally, but empirically by the results of my analysis. So I believe that it meets the intent of the code.
So just with the backup, where you're anticipating there might be a backup,
Would be in the truck court area.
and how, and with that noise, how would that noise carry over to those residential areas?
I'd have to specifically look at that, but I know that this is a cumulative model results that we're showing 52, and so that means that individually each one is below that. So if we were to look at what the contribution is at the truck court, which is substantially further away from D, E, and F than trucks can approach on the entrance road there, that I'm comfortable in saying tonight that they would meet that more permissive limit if that's what you had interpreted the noise code to apply to.
Sorry.
I'm crossing noise codes here because I'm dealing with 4 of them floating in my head, but most ordinances also exempt emergency signals, which backup alarms would fall under. So yes, there's a lot of discussion that can happen here. I'm trying to be pragmatic, but with a conservative approach here so that I can be confident that this site is appropriate and compatible with the area. That's my directive.
Do you have anything else?
No, I just think that by your,
Okay, that's okay. Well,
That's
That's
I'm
for,
gonna
that's
have a question.
administrative. It's not a question. Is there anything else from the board?
Anything else? Okay.
Now,
I do have one more question. Why didn't you do any daytime modeling? You don't think that this is gonna raise the daytime up 10 decibels?
The model as it's put here is is already conservative enough that it can apply to any hour of the day. So I'm not anticipating there to be a difference in daytime operations as there will be at nighttime. If anything, nighttime might be a little bit quieter than what we're showing here, and daytime might be a little bit higher in level, but we haven't even talked about the more permissive daytime limits. Usually daytime is not the source of a topic of our presentation because people are less sensitive, there's more ambient, the limits are more permissive, and that's not really a focus of concern.
I'm only worried, like our ordinance.
You're worried about what?
Just our ordinance, I don't know what.
Well, the ordinance is more permissive during the
Ben,
daytime.
There's not a question. You
Oh.
weren't asking a question.
Okay. Last question.
Oh.
You're treating 22 as if it's ambient noise?
Well, I'm considering it as a factual presence. So it's going to change. People in the proximity to 22 are going to hear 52 different than those are north of the creek. Because
Do you have a measurement of the noise off of 22?
no, I haven't done any ambient survey.
So these decibel levels are all based upon the modeling. There was no actual measurement being done?
No measurements of existing ambient. No measurements of what's there today. But
All done through the modeling and through the
modeling,
standards that
the
that you
modeling
had
does
mentioned
have
earlier.
basis. Okay, go ahead.
It's all done through the modeling and the standards that you had mentioned earlier.
Right.
Not
and-
based upon actual measurements in the field.
Well,
How can you take a measurement in the field if all you're worried about is the trucks? I answered my own question.
just to make sure, because we're talking about a couple different things here, but
Yep.
the input in the model is based on measurements of trucks that then we've just put into this geometry of the proposed project.
Right, so we're
the
talking
co-
about a measurement of the trucks.
Mhm.
We're not talking about a measurement of cars. We're not talking about a measurement of 22. Do I have that right?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
I have one more question. We're done. Is the WB 50 louder than a 167?
I don't know what a 167 is, but you're talking about different kinds of trucks, and the answer is no. All over the road tractor trailers are about the same. And it also folds over to if there's a terminal tractor, yard hostler, they go by many different names, but sometimes there's a cab that lives on site that moves trailers around. They're all acoustically equivalent. And the worst case.
Mr. Harding, you're welcome to ask any questions.
Our group has retained an acoustics expert, so I've just asked them to sit next to me to help me with some of the technical questions.
Okay.
If you could just state your name again, I just want to make sure I address you properly.
Ben Muller.
Muller. Mr. Muller, and I'm asking honestly because I represent a client who lives at Site B.
Mhm.
Is it safe to say, if I understand your testimony correct, that because the warehouse is built high enough above the residences at Site B, my client's home will not receive decibels in excess of 52 or 57, depending on the time?
Correct.
Okay. And it is the height of the platform where the warehouse will be that shields those residences.
If we were to look at this in a section, the noise source is up here and the receptors are down here, and so the majority of the noise is going to go over the top of the receptors. Now, some of it radiates and is resulting in the model results that we're seeing here.
And I think you said that you used the ITE code, was it 150 or 155?
155 is what the project is based on.
Are you aware of a June 2024 memo from PennDOT that would recommend a site of this size and nature to use the ITE code 154?
That would be a traffic engineer question, but we did have a discussion tonight about the differences of that, and it wouldn't impact my analysis or my results.
But you did rely on the traffic report as the basis for your
Yes.
For your analysis. Do you have access to that report right now? I'd like to look at a specific part of it.
Which report?
I'd actually like to look at what I think is referred to as TIS 1.
Oh, the traffic report? No, I don't
No.
have.
Can I present you part of it? I would like to discuss it.
I guess so.
You're welcome to review it to confirm that it is.
Do you know if we have that in our book, TIS 1 or whatever, the traffic report?
This is dated June 24th, 2024. The subject line is traffic engineering review number 1.
If we
It
have
was-
it, it's just easier for us, but that's the only reason I asked.
Yeah, this came from right to know requests, so,
No, we don't have.
It's probably in the application on the Saldo.
Okay, but not in this packet. Okay, that's fine.
does that look like a report prepared by the traffic engineering study? Or the traffic engineers?
I'll take your word for it.
No, you either know or you don't know.
I don't know.
Is that a report prepared? Is the letterhead there the letterhead of the traffic engineer firm
Yes.
that you consulted with? Okay. So, and can you read the date on that? Or it's on the first page?
June 24th, 2024.
Okay. So we have maybe what represents a traffic report prepared by the traffic engineering study. Could you please read the highlighted language on page 2?
It says, and that all truck traffic is anticipated to arrive/depart during non-peak hours and has therefore been omitted from traffic analyses.
And what time are non-peak or peak hours? Or what, I'm sorry, let me ask a better question. What time are peak hours?
So we're cross-pollinating here, I'm sure you realize, but in the traffic world, peak hours are the AM and the PM rush hour periods. And if in a noise analysis, if I was to look at what a peak hour would be, it would be when are the most trucks expected on site. So hopefully that's
But
helping frame
isn't it correct that you just said
your question.
it was potentially going to be quieter at night from the site?
Compared to my model, yes,
And why would it be quieter?
because a lower volume of trucks during the overnight hours.
Because there would be less trucks.
Correct.
But doesn't that traffic report directly contradict that by saying it's likely more trucks? In fact, the majority of trucks are to arrive overnight.
I'm going to object. He
Here.
is absolutely mixing apples and oranges. This is a peak hour analysis. It is not it is not the numbers that Ben used for trucks for the entire day.
I'm not disputing the modeling of your expert. He himself said garbage in, garbage out. I'm simply trying to get a better idea of the inputs.
Sure. Listen, I'm familiar enough with traffic reports in past projects. This doesn't appear to be any sort of a flag on my part. The ITE provides a distribution. I've provided testimony tonight of the total number of trips, which is what the traffic study is based on.
Per day, right?
Per day, correct.
Not per peak hour.
No, correct.
Those numbers are peak hour numbers.
And it doesn't even go into that. I'm not quite sure where this specific reference is going to, but just as a rule of thumb for the board, I decided to say, let's take that number and evenly distribute across 24 hours, which results in 5 trucks per hour, just as a basis. It's hard to get your head around 232 trips per day. The ITE does provide a distribution graph for trucks for these uses, and it shows that 89% of truck activity is distributed amongst the daytime hours, and that 13% is distributed amongst the nighttime hours. So I find that when I get asked to drill down deeper and deeper than what I'm trying to throw in as a conservative catch-all, the results just get better and better. So does that help clear up?
No, I'm still confused about the timing of the trucks and the inputs into the modeling, but we'll move on. We'll just.
It is very complex, and I've tried to do a broad brush kitchen sink approach to not have to get into that nitty gritty.
Well, let's move on.
Sure.
Do you know the elevation difference between the pink X on your model there? I guess what I would call the entrance to the site. Do you know what elevation that is above sea level?
Not off the top of my head, but it's substantially higher than the receptor B.
No, I'm not talking about the parking area around the warehouse. I'm talking about the entrance off of Wood Avenue.
What's this? The topographical elevation?
Yes.
I don't know what that is off the top of my head.
For the sake of conversation, approximately 220 feet. Are you aware of the?
Objection.
It's on your models, on your plan.
The question could simply be, if we assume it's 220 feet, then the rest of your question. You're basing that assumption based on information you have otherwise, that's
I'm
your
basing
argument
that
to
off
the
of the plans submitted to the planning commission. They are probably before you right now.
Well,
We'll move on. Do you know the elevation above sea level of the parking lot area
Of this,
of the warehouse?
of the truck court we're calling the
Yes.
parking lot? It's higher than that. There's an uphill grading as you come from south to north.
So
If you
we
wanna
can
give me
agree
a
we
hypothetical-
can agree you are not aware of the difference in elevation from the entrance on Wood Avenue, the proposed entrance on Wood Avenue, and the platform or the truck court. You don't know that.
I don't know the specific number.
Okay. Let's say if it was approximately 80 to 100 feet, would a truck accelerating up that drive change your model in any way?
Oh, so, all right. Now we've gotten to some meat here. In some cases, potentially. I'm modeling a truck driving at 15 miles per hour, which is a typical speed on a truck court. On a steep elevation, trucks have to work a little harder, and so there could be some additional content there, but not anything dramatic that's going to break my model.
What about if they're going downhill?
Downhill would probably be less in terms of engine needs and more brakes. So I would say it would be quieter.
Would you consider acceleration to be an impulsive sound?
No.
Or what about braking?
If you're talking about the squeak of a brake, still no. Air brake release would be. That's when the truck stops and fully releases their braking system, which is air compression held.
What about, and this is maybe my inexperience with the topic, but Jake brakes is what
Sure.
I've heard to, these air brakes.
Yep, Jake.
So you keep talking about the release of them, but what about the use of them, the engagement?
Well,
of
Jake
them?
brakes is something totally different. That's an engine compression brake system. And that's, I guess everyone's familiar with that on the highway. It's the thing that sounds like Chewbacca.
I live above Cemetery Curve. I'm very aware.
I'm interested to see how she writes that impression. But yeah, I'm familiar with that. What about it?
I guess I just wanted to distinguish if that's a different type of braking than you're talking about with the air brake.
Absolutely.
release.
Yeah, engine compression braking is typically used by trucks at high speed when they're going down grade, and they use their transmission at the in place of their brake pads.
Would 100-foot decline be considered extreme? What was the word you said? Extreme elevation or something? Elevation change, I think.
Your question is, do you anticipate there being Jake brakes used at the site? Oh, there we go. We've completed the circle. My answer is no. You have a downhill grade here, but you're on site. Your speed limit on site is 15, 20 miles per hour. That's not going to be at the magnitude that will warrant the use of Jake brakes. You might want to raise that again with the traffic engineer because he'll have a different take on it from a safety standpoint, but based on my experience, that's not something that's going to occur on site.
So then we can assume you did not factor into the use of Jake brakes into your model.
I don't anticipate to occur on site.
So you did not use them in your model.
Objection.
I do not anticipate them.
You're not answering the question. You're saying you don't anticipate them. I would like you to clarify, were they used in your model?
They were not used in my model.
Thank you. Did your model address in any way the construction sounds anticipated on site?
No, construction noise is a different entity, obviously something that can be brought up. There are town ordinances that regulate the allowable hours of construction. That's generally the best approach for regulating construction noise because we know that construction can be noisy. So by administratively controlling it to daytime hours, you are providing a best practice for that. We might also now next talk about blasting, which is going to be a totally different thing. If you want me to talk on that?
No.
Okay.
I would like you, though, just to clarify that you did not study or analyze potential blasting or construction noises.
No, not as part of this project.
Okay. In your model, did you take into account the surface of the, cut and fill, the excavated area? Right now it's vegetation. It will potentially be clear cut. Can you comment on that?
I think what you're asking is about the reflective properties of the surfaces and.
I'll ask you a better question.
Okay.
Does your model analyze the sound under the assumption the surrounding area is covered in vegetation?
No, we can look at either hard surfaces or vegetative surfaces, and so as a broad brush balance, we look at everything to be about the middle. The model doesn't include any vegetation, and that's done to be conservative. Obviously, deciduous trees will lose their foliage, and I'm not going to look at things like that on only a part-time basis. So we think that that's the best balance between keeping the model to be accurate on a conservative level, and then also not inundating us to have to model specifically that every paved area is hard and that every grassy area is not.
But I would like to speak specifically about that reflective hillside, potentially reflective hillside behind the warehouse.
Okay.
Did you take into account what that surface was to be made of?
Made of?
As in dirt, cement block?
It doesn't matter. It's all given the same reflective characteristics. So it is included in the model from a height vantage. So there is sound reflecting incident on that. And then what we're discussing now is whether it's highly reflective or partially reflective. And we've chosen a middle ground, which I'm comfortable with being accurate.
Just may have one more question. So far we've spoken about quantitative decibel noises, numbers and decibels. Did you find in the Easton Code any references to qualitative noise and limitations?
So we get into legal areas here. In my opinion, if we have subjective code and then quantitative limits, that is what I go to from an engineering basis. There are provisions in there that talk about that you shall not create a disturbance. So if someone were to complain about something, the typical approach is that you would evaluate it with respect to the code. If it meets limits, then it would be dismissed in some respect, and if it doesn't, then it would be given traction and sought to find a solution.
So it's safe to say we've just looked at decibel levels as a quantitative number and how that
in absence
conforms.
of some other criteria, I wouldn't have anything to base it off of.
Okay. No further questions.
Okay, thank you. Does anybody else have a specific question? Okay, Mr. Pax. I somehow can remember a peaceful name like that.
Thank you. So there was a moment earlier where, I don't know, there was a bunch of things being said. I didn't quite get it, and I'm trying to think of how I can ask this without putting words in your mouth. But there was, you mentioned something about backup alarms.
Yes.
On trucks, and I think you said they counted as emergency signals. And my takeaway was like, they count as emergency signals and they're not subject to ordinance or something, but that's me putting words in your mouth. Can you
that's
clarify
correct.
a little bit?
That's correct. It says that there's a section of events that are exempt from code. It'll say things like church bells. It'll say things like town events, and then also safety signals. So despite them being exempt, they're certainly real and certainly stuff that I am including in my model and that I am doing the best of my ability to conform to regulations. So the exemption or regulation isn't really an important factor.
Okay, so with the amount of backing up that might happen with all the trucks that you would expect, that the noise level of all those backing up alarms would still be under
it's included
ordinance level? That's included in your model?
Included in the model, yep.
Okay, that's all my questions.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are we then prepared to adjourn for the night? Or continue this into continue specifically to the November meeting, first Wednesday in November?
Just and just so I have an understanding of, yes, and just so I have an understanding, did you say you will not have any other witnesses?
I will not have any other witness.
Okay, so, Mr. Shear, we would be proceeding to the public portion?
We would be permitting the objectors to present the case, and then the public, again, it's not for comments, it's for evidentiary, so that it would be, the only testimony and evidence should be whatever way it's organized, that you're bringing specific information. And I would note, in all fairness to everyone, we had been given, when I say we, the planning commission members were given many documents, except they were not introduced in a formal method. To the extent that they should be considered, I would recommend they be reintroduced formally, and so that they would be there for under consideration. And that's where we would be. Then we would be picking up on that, and then the question, the difficult question would be, would the commission be prepared to actually deliberate and vote that night, or is it really the most logical thing to be able to take the transcripts that have been produced and the evidence and actually vote after a reasonable opportunity to review that? And we guess we have some time to think about it, but
No, well, if the next meeting would be November 5th, and if it would need to be continued to the following meeting would be December 3rd, to have this.
and we had our, I just want to make sure, we had our understanding that we would try to complete it in November. There was no way I anticipated the last meeting going so long. Tonight, I think we made some good progress, and but I really do think it's the most intelligent, fair way to do this, to be able to have a time to deliberate and review all the evidence. So would there be any objections to that process? So everyone knows that come December 3rd, there'll be a vote.
I gotta talk to my client.
Okay, because otherwise, I mean, we could do,
Otherwise, we're going to make a decision on November 5th.
Yeah, legally, I do think that the board has a right to just continue its continuation of a hearing. I just don't want to get trapped, so I'd almost prefer at that time to do a vote.
I forget, you asked me to give you a letter, I gave
Yeah,
you a
you
letter.
did. The letter was anticipating that we would be able to get to a vote in November, but we did not anticipate at all what happened in September, as far as the timing goes. And that's why, in the order of things, you could consider it, let me know if we could do that, because otherwise, I'm going to ask the commission members to be prepared to haphazardly vote and put in the record that I'll ask for an extension at that point, and you don't give it, we'll make it clear that one of the considerations is that we haven't been given more time to consider what's been presented.
But outside, you want to say that you would make the decision on December the 3rd?
There is absolutely no reason why they wouldn't be able to deliberate and vote go directly to a vote.
Joel, I'm asking.
Yes.
I'm asking you.
Yes. And you agree. I mean, we would. There's no question the commission will be able to vote, and that's what I would prefer to see them do.
It makes sense.
Okay.
I
mean, as I said, I think even though we have that letter, and that's why I'm speaking to you. If we didn't have the letter, I wouldn't even. We could just continue it. I think as a matter of course, but I don't want to get trapped where we have that letter and we're told that you didn't.
I don't really want the planning commission, to make a haphazard decision, or not haphazard, but accelerated, or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, I mean, I think
that I'd rather you have that month's deliberation and to consider everything. So, yeah,
that's acceptable then.
Yeah.
And that means that a decision will be issued within 15 days. I mean, a written decision will be issued within 15 days thereafter. An actual vote will be that night.
Right. So the record would be closed.
Record will be closed
November.
in November, right.
All right, that makes sense.
Okay.
All right.
Given that, then I'll ask for a motion to adjourn.
Thanks.
Second? All in favor? Thank you, everyone. Thanks for your patience. Oh, hey, you remembered. How are you?
You
okay?
Coming from LA. But-
You okay?
But that Judge-elect Clark.
I was gonna say, Jeremy, we passed the
I've been
election.
trying to listen and take he's down the testimony. He's after we're talking for
I
storm.
have no idea how they don't need noise barriers.
Yeah, I know.
It says it.
Yep. You've already nodded off.
Really,
Later, Frank. Have a good one, buddy.
really.
Yeah, I know.
Your ad hoc afterwards was wonderful. Oh, thank
Listening
you.
is a lost art. All right.
But I'll be fine. As long as you guys do your job.
We'll know if they come to I'm generally at work, but you just have a great
You know.
All right, I gotta.
You know, I mean, I don't know what else I'm supposed to do.
Thank you, Chief.
By the way, I really apologize. Well, she's given her opinion, which is not, it's not. Yeah. No, she was playing her game, and hey, but I really do appreciate your being here. You know, I didn't see anybody downstairs. Oh my! So what happened with our Oh my! Oh my! Oh, now you gotta.
We need everything.